sports.
It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Prime Ticket presents the Dodgers as they take on the Philadelphia Phillies. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant good afternoon to you, wherever you may be. Dodgers and Phils in their final meeting of the year. The Dodgers have won 4 of the 6, but they won all 4 in Philadelphia. Philadelphia has won 2 straight here. They've won 7 straight at Dodger Stadium, and they have a 4-game winning streak. For the Dodgers, they've gone the other way around. They've lost 4 in a row, 7 out of 8, and a breathtaking 19 of 25. Dodger Stadium becomes something like a trophy case. We saw the 2-time Cy Young Award winner last night, Roy Halladay, and today, Cy Young winner, and that would be Clayton Kershaw, against Cy Young winner Cliff Lee going for the Phils. We'll have the ball game and a whole lot more coming up right after this. Efficiency Drive sales event by 8. Ball is brought to you by the Hyundai Fuel Efficiency Drive sales event by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. By CarMax, start the search for your next car at CarMax. And by Dodge.
It's number 14.
Clouds are burning off downtown. It's still a little muggy, but it is a perfect day to burn one of those sick days at work. The Phillies and the Dodgers. It's getaway day for the Phillies. For the Dodgers, closing out a homestand that has been less than successful, trying to avoid a sweep against the Phillies. Jim Watson, Steve Lyons. Phillies won the first two games of this set, and today it's two Cy Young winners from 2008. Cliff Lee goes for the Phillies, and Clayton Kershaw for the Dodgers.
The Dodgers haven't been scoring a lot of runs. Neither of the Phillies, as far as that's concerned, and you wouldn't expect to see a whole lot more of them in today's ball game when you're looking at Kershaw and Lee, two Cy Young Award winners. These guys are as good as it gets, both left-handed. Both teams have to really pay attention to how they're going to approach their at-bats against these guys, because it ain't easy when you walk into the batter's box.
And for the Dodgers, who are really scuffling at the plate, this is just a murderer's row. They're going to face, or could face, at least three Cy Young winners in a row. It was Doc Holliday last night, then it's Cliff Lee, and maybe they face Santana in New York on Friday. Not easy.
Yeah, so we can point to the fact that they've lost games late, but it's so hard to score against Cy Young Award winners.
Keep in mind that Clayton Kershaw has never, ever beaten Philadelphia. We'll see you back here after the game.
Chicken Jack combo at Jack in the Box. It's a burger with fries and a drink for only $4.99 plus tax at participating stores. By San Manuel Indian Bingo and Casino, now celebrating 26 years of fun. Visit sanmanuel.com for details. And by 76 Gas, we're on the driver's side. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Wednesday afternoon to you, wherever you may be. Final game of the three-game series with Philadelphia and the final game of the homestand. Not exactly threatening skies, but we do have light gray mixed in with the blue. They talk about a possibility of a shower. I don't think anybody in Southern California would resent a little rain, with over 70% of the country suffering from the drought. The Phillies think the drought is over as far as baseball is concerned. Charlie Manuel's team has won 4 straight, and they have won 7 straight at Dodger Stadium. By winning 2 here, Philadelphia is now 500 on the road. You might not think that's much, but there's only 3 teams in the National League above 500 on the road: Washington, Atlanta, and Cincinnati. So Philadelphia trying to get above. Here's Charlie's lineup. Jimmy Rollins at short and Shane Victorino in center field. Chase Utley at second base. Carlos Ruiz catches, and that means Ryan Howard sits this one out. Hunter Pence, the Philadelphia hero last night, is in right field. Ty Wigginton takes over at first base. Placido Polanco is at third. John Mayberry gets a start in left field. And the left-hander Cliff Lee on the hill. On the mound, the left-hander Clayton Kershaw, who is 7-5, coming off a victory against San Diego, was a remarkable pitcher after the All-Star break last year when he was 12-1. However, he is 0-4 against the Phillies. There are only 3 teams where Kershaw does not have a victory: Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and Atlanta. So the left-hander ready, and his first pitch to Jimmy Rollins, bad swing, and the count 0-1. So Rollins backs out and tries to loosen up a little bit. Jimmy hitting .262, 9 home runs, 34 runs batted in. Kershaw's next pitch is inside, 1-1. For Jimmy Rollins, you have to be very careful with him all the time, but especially leading off a game. He has 39 career leadoff home runs. The pitch is swung on and missed, 1-2. Sunshine bursting through the light overcast. Temperature is 80 degrees at the start of the game. Dodgers will be heading back east. However, the weatherman might give them a good break in the east. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Jimmy Rollins, swung on, ground ball to short. Cruz is up with it and throws him out. 1 away. We'll take a look at the Dodgers with the leather on this Wednesday afternoon. Hairston, Kemp, and Gwynn in the outfield. Uribe, Cruz, Ellis, and Rivera on the infield. And the battery of Ellis and Kershaw. We understand it's like 95 degrees in New York today, but it's raining. And the weatherman says there's going to be heavy storms in the east. So by the time the Dodgers are ready to play play New York on Friday, it'll be in the comfortable low 70s, so they say. Here's Shane Victorino, switch hitter, batting right-handed, and looks at a strike, and the count 0-1. Victorino punching the time clock. He's missed 1 game. And the fleet-footed center fielder hitting .249, swings, grounds one foul outside of third. Almost got a little bit of Juan Samuel, but the third base coach able to get out of the way. No balls and 2 strikes. Sammy, as they called him when he played here, was here in 1990, 91, and 92. Strike 2 pitch on the way. Ground ball wide of third. The play is made there by Uribe, and he throws to first in time for the out. So Juan Uribe cutting in front of Cruz to make a good play to get Victorino. 2 down, couple of ground balls, and the batter will be Chase Utley. Talking about ground balls, last night the Phillies hit 15 ground balls. However, one of them was up the middle, the base hit by Pence with the bases loaded that won the game. Chase Utley hitting just .224, 2 home runs, 7 runs batted in, and the first pitch in for a strike. In case you have not been following the Phillies, without Ryan Howard and Chase Utley, they were not the Phils of old, settled into last place, and they're still there, 13 games back of Washington. Big curveball off the plate, 1-1 the count. Can Philadelphia get back into the fight? Maybe. It's not the 13 games back that's such the big problem. It's the fact that all of the other teams in front of them, it's hard to gain ground on a bunch of teams. The next pitch is low because somebody in front of you is going to win that day. You have Washington, Atlanta, New York, and Miami. Phillies are 4 back of Miami, 6 back of New York, 8.5 back of Atlanta, 13 back of Washington. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That's sliced foul off to the left upstairs, and the count 2-2. So the Dodgers and the Phils in their final meeting of the year. Of course, 5 straight years you talk about, well, it's the last game, the last meeting between these two for the regular season, figuring on postseason play. 2-2 the count to Chase Utley. Here comes Kershaw with a high fastball, ball 3. 3-2. For the Dodgers, this is only their 9th game at home. They've done well. They've won 6 out of 8 here. The Phillies This is their 17th road game in the daytime. They're 6-10. Utley slaps one foul outside of third, back into the stands. So the count holds 3-2. 2 out, first inning. Utley the hitter, with the catcher Carlos Ruiz on deck. Kershaw, both feet on the rubber. Utley not quite ready to settle in. Brian Knight says play ball, and the 3-2 pitch coming up. Swung on, hit in the air to deep left field. Going back is Hairston, and one hands it on the track for the out. So Utley goes a long way to left, but the Dodgers nail him, and the Phillies are gone in order. At the end of half an inning, Phillies nothing, Dodgers coming up. That's not really any news. Kershaw's opponent's average in the first inning this year is 181. Let's take a look now at Don Mattingly's card. Tony Gwynn leads off in right field. Mark Ellis at second base. Matt Kemp plays in center. Juan Rivera hits cleanup at first base. Jerry Hairston in left field. Juan Uribe at third. Luis Cruz the shortstop. A.J. Ellis the catcher. Clayton Kershaw the pitcher. On the mound for the Phils, Cliff Lee, big guy at 6'3", 190, out of Benton, Arkansas, won the Cy Young Award for Cleveland in 2008. He was 22-3 that year with an ERA of 2.5. A 17-game winner last year who has 8 no decisions this year. One reason why his record is 1-6. Leading off for the Dodgers, Tony Gwynn takes a strike. The opening pitch is so very important for Cliff Lee. If he gets that first pitch for a strike, the hitters on an 0-1 count are only hitting .219. If he goes 1 ball and no strikes, the hitters are batting .352. Little ground ball to the right side. Utley is up with it, takes care of Gwynn, and just like that, 1 away. The Dodgers struggling against all comers, and to look at their work against left-hand pitching, especially left-hand starters, they're 18-16 at home and 1 under on the road against left-handers. So we have 1 away in the first inning, and Mark Ellis checking in. Mark batting .270, 3 home runs, 11 runs batted in. Ellis has a look at a strike, and the count 0-1. Cliff Lee is really a dominant pitcher if he always pitches ahead in the count. Little ground ball to short. Up with it is Rollins. Gets it over to first for the out. So quickly a couple of ground balls and 2 out. As far as Cliff Lee is concerned, when there's nobody on base and he's working out of a windup, the opposition is hitting .212. As soon as runners get on, where he's pitching out of a stretch, the opposition is hitting .331. and he's been cuffed around a bit with runners in scoring position. Right now he's facing Matt Kemp with 2 out. Bases empty, first inning. No score. Matt Kemp is 1 for 13 in the past against Cliff Lee. Left-hander over the top, first pitch fouled away, and there you have it again. First pitch strike, 0-1. Arizona plays Cincinnati tonight. Ian Kennedy and Matt Latos. Giants are Atlanta tonight. Ryan Vogelsong and Mike Minor. 0-1 the count to Matt Kemp. Lee ready. Cliff comes back, and it's swung on and missed. 0-2 the count. So Cliff Lee, 34 years old at the end of August, had that incredible year 4 years ago for the Indians. Signed a 5-year deal with Philadelphia worth $120 million. High fastball is swung on and missed, and that's that. So Cliff Lee came to pitch a quick first inning, and at the end of 1, no score. Second inning, no score in the ball game. Carlos Ruiz, then it's Hunter Pence and Ty Wigginton. Ruiz, as he always does, comes up and engages the catcher, the other catcher, in conversation. So he's had a little chat with Ellis, and now the Philadelphia catcher gets in. Hitting .349, 14 home runs, and swings, hits one foul down the left field line, back in amongst the customers, and the count 0-1. Ruiz has always done well against the Dodgers, especially in postseason play. The Ruiz waiting. The strike one pitch is swung on and hit up the middle behind the bag at second. On it is Cruz, throws just in time. Nice play by Luis Cruz to take a base hit away as Ruiz hits it up the middle. And Cruz catches up to it, short hops it on the dead run, and makes the accurate throw. So 1 out, second inning, no score in the second inning. Bang, bang play at first. Hunter Pence comes up. Pence, with 2 hits and a walk last night, his first hit in the 6th inning last night had Ryan Howard cut down at the plate on a very close play. And then his second hit came in the 8th inning, and he knocked in 2 runs. Howard obviously hindered first by the Achilles tendon injury and the surgery. I don't know if Ryan will ever be able to run very fast, but at the same time, he's not there to run. Pence fouls a pitch off. 1 ball and 1 strike to count to Hunter Pence. Ty Wigginton on deck. Kershaw, both feet on the rubber, looks in to get a sign. 1-1 pitch on the way. Pence backs off, and the pitch is high. 2-1 to count. It was off speed. Came up there at 76. Hunter Pence waiting, and the 2-1 pitch of the right-hand hitter swung on, ground ball to third. Uribe is on it. Accurate throw to Rivera, and we have 2 down in the second inning. Kershaw has retired 5 in a row, and the batter is Ty Wigginton. Wigginton made an appearance last night as a pinch hitter and fly deep to left field. Today he gets a start at first base. Ty hitting .249. He has 9 home runs, 35 runs batted in. Big right-hand batter. Kershaw into the windup, comes to his hitter and jumps ahead with a fastball strike, and the count 0-1 to Ty Wigginton. Kershaw comes right back 0-1. The right-hand hitter backs off. It's low. Wigginton has been around. He was originally signed by the Mets back in 1988. Went to the University of North Carolina in Asheville. Born in San Diego, lives in Charlotte, North Carolina. Played with 7 different clubs. Swings, fouls it at the plate. Started with the Mets, then the Pirates, then the Devil Rays and the Astros, then the Orioles, then the Rockies, and finally the Phillies. He'll be 35 in October. The 1-2 pitch, and Wigginton a check swing foul. Still 1-2 to tie. Wigginton, raised in San Diego, grew up going to a lot of Padres games. His dad was a season ticket holder and still is. 1-2 pitch, swung on, ground ball to the right side. Ellis is on it, and that will be that. So 5 of the 6 outs have been ground balls. The only out in the air, long drive by Utley to left. And at the end of an inning and a half, no score. Game. Clayton Kershaw breezing along, has made only 25 pitches. He has gotten 6 in a row and 5 of the 6 ground balls. Meanwhile, Cliff Lee retired the side in order, 2 ground balls and a strikeout. Cliff Lee and Fernando Valenzuela, kind of an interesting tie-in there, as Cliff ready to go to work on Juan Rivera. Check the pass to see about the present as Lee looks in to get a sign. Left-hander over the top, very high, ball 1. Rivera has 3 home runs in the past against Cliff Lee, even though he's hitting only .222 against him. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Rivera hits a high fly ball to deep left field. Mayberry and Victorino. Mayberry reaches up and cannot make it. So Rivera will touch them all. Mayberry is so tall that he reached up and acted almost like he had caught the ball, but it just did clear. So for Rivera, his 4th career home run against Cliff Lee. Big fly ball. Victorino couldn't get there. Mayberry appeared as if he had it, running parallel to the wall, reached up, and the ball hit the top of the wall. I don't know whether John Mayberry lost it. Had he jumped, I think he would have caught that. But Mayberry unable to get it. Rivera says thank you very much, and the Dodgers have a 1-0 lead. The batter now, Jerry Hairston. He hits a fly ball to shallow center. Victorino is on it, and we have an out. The home run by Juan Rivera is the 4th he has hit this year, and he has 4 now in his career against Cliff Lee. Last home run by Rivera was June 12. Where were we? We were talking about Cliff Lee coming to the Phillies in July of 2009. And in his first 5 starts for Philadelphia, he was 5-0, and his earned run average was under 1. Good fastball to Uribe for a strike. In the past 60 years, only 2 pitchers have won their first 5 career starts for a team with an ERA below 1. It was Fernando, who was 5-0 in his first 5 Dodger starts, and his earned run average was 0.2. Lee comes back low, 2-1 the count to Juan Uribe, hitting 191. Cliff Lee, 1-6 this year. As we told you, he's had 8 no decisions. That was the 11th home run he's allowed. That would be the same number as Kershaw. The next pitch to Uribe misses, ball 3, 3-1 the count. So Juan Rivera cooling off for the moment after hitting his first home run since the 12th of June, and the Dodgers lead 1-0. Ground ball to third. Polanco is on it, makes the play over to Wigginton. 2 down here in the second, and the batter will be Luis Cruz.
Batting next, shortstop number 47, Luis Cruz.
To pick up on that 5-0 record, last year in June, Cliff Lee had that 5-0 record, an earned run average of 0.2, and he came right back in August and was 5-0 and an ERA of 0.4. I mean, that is really amazing. Became the first pitcher in Major League history to do that. Strike 1 pitch on the way is chased and missed. Overhand down in the dirt. 0-2 the count. 1-0 in favor of the Dodgers. A paint scraper home run by Juan Rivera that just did clear the left field wall. Strike 2 pitch, ground ball to third. Backing up for the hop is Polanco. The long throw on the money. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 swing of the bat. Juan Rivera hits his 4th career home run against Cliff Lee, and it is 1-0 Dodgers. the year, his 4th career home run against Cliff Lee. Dodgers take a 1-0 lead into the 3rd inning. Placido Polanco, the 3rd baseman, then John Mayberry and Cliff Lee. And the first pitch to Polanco in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Polanco hitting .260, 2 home runs, 19 RBIs, possessed a couple of Gold Gloves. The strike 1 pitch is swung on, little looper caught in the air at second base by Mark Ellis, and that takes care of Polanco. On the ball hit by Juan Rivera, we were watching John Mayberry. He went back, then he went to his left, running parallel, and it looked like John had to play all the way, and then he stretched, and the ball just went over the fence. And our first thought was, gee, I think he might have caught that ball. We're looking at the videotape again. He's running parallel, then he reaches up, and it hit the fence and kicked over. Now, if John Mayberry jumps, it's another story. He's a little quick pitched on that, backs out, 1 ball and no strike. He wasn't ready at all. He is 6'6" and failed to jump. The 1-0 pitch on the way is taken low and inside, ball 2. So you get the feeling maybe on this hazy day he didn't quite see that ball well enough, but you did have the feeling he might have caught it. Now the 2-0 pitch to Big John, swung on, ground ball slowly up along third. Uribe on the run, throws on a bounce, and Rivera unable to handle it. So Mayberry, kind of a daddy long legs, gets down to first on that slow dribbler. Uribe had to go just about to the line, step over third base, and that might have bothered him, throwing on a bounce, and Rivera unable to handle it. So Mayberry is aboard. I think really a veteran first baseman should have made that play. Loney would have made the play, I believe, but the error is charged to Uribe. So a runner at first, 1 out. We'll see about Cliff Lee now, whether he's up there to sacrifice or not. He does have 3 bunt sacrifices, down 1-0, 3rd inning, 1 out. It would only be the 2nd out if he gets his man up a notch, but he takes a strike instead. 0-1 the count to Cliff Lee. 1 out, 3rd inning, 1-0 Dodgers. Kershaw out of that exaggerated stretch. Now the strike 1 pitch instead, throw to first. Kershaw does a good job of controlling the running game. Not that we expect Mayberry to do very much running right now. Mayberry has stolen just 1 base. The 0-1 pitch, and that's a little high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kershaw and base stealers, their percentage of success against Clayton is only 54%. He's picked off 32. So he's tough to run on. Mayberry takes a conservative lead. Kershaw just looking right at him. And the 1-1 pitch, Lee bunts up along third. Good play. Uribe gets it there to Mark Ellis. The sacrifice works. So Mayberry, the tying run, is at second base. And with 2 out, Jimmy Rollins coming up. Mayberry runs well enough. And you point out last night in the 8th inning, you may remember that on the base hit by Hunter Pence, Ruiz was thrown out at third. The question before the house was, did Mayberry score before the tag on Ruiz? Wally Bell, the plate umpire, said yes. It turned out to be the winning run. A huge play. So Hunter Pence watching as Jimmy Rollins tries to pick up a run. And Jimmy swings right through the first one. He grounded to short in the first inning. Rollins in game 1 had a home run. He had a leadoff double in the first inning last night. He has 39 career leadoff home runs starting a game. Strike 1 pitch, he takes low and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jimmy Rollins out of Oakland. A veteran who has all kinds of awards. He was an MVP in 2007, a rare honor indeed. 1-1 pitch to Jimmy, and that's taken on the inside corner at the knees for a strike, and the count 1-2. So 2 Cy Young Award winners battling it out, and the third Cy Young winner in this series was last night. We saw Roy Halladay, who's won the Cy Young in each of the 2 leagues. Here's the 1-2 pitch coming up. Kershaw breaking ball, swung on and missed. Off speed, and Rollins way out in front of it. No runs, an error, and a man left at the end of 2.5, 1-0 Dodgers. Dodgers, the difference, Juan Rivera's leadoff home run in the second inning against left-hander Cliff Lee. The lead now getting ready to face A.J. Ellis, then Clayton Kershaw, and Tony Gwynn. A.J. Ellis hitting .277, 7 home runs, 28 runs batted in. He's lost 50 points in his batting average. But, of course, fatigue certainly has to enter into it when you're talking about a catcher. So A.J. checking in, and Cliff Lee ready to go to work. Left-hander ready, comes to his hitter, gets a strike. We talked about Cliff Lee a moment ago and the connection with Fernando Valenzuela. There's also a Cliff Lee connection with Sandy Koufax. Strike 1 pitch, hit in the air to straightaway center, shallow. Victorino is there, and we have 1 away. Kershaw coming up. It was April of last year. Cliff Lee not only shut out the Nationals on a 3-hitter, he struck out 12 in a complete game while making 100 pitches, 1 less than 100, a total of 99. Well, the last time a pitcher struck out at least 12 in a complete game while throwing less than 100 pitches, you guessed it, Sandy Koufax. Kershaw takes a strike. Sandy did it June the 4th, 1964, when he pitched a no-hitter, ironically, against the Phillies. 12 strikeouts, 97 pitches. 0-2 the count. Clayton Kershaw, 1 out, 3rd inning, and he's leading 1-0. Clayton has 4 hits. Lee jumps out in front, 0-2. Left-hander looks down the barrel to get a sign from Ruiz. Light breeze blowing left to right. Ground ball up the middle. To his left goes Rollins and makes the play. So 2 down in the 3rd inning. And the batter will be Tony Gwynn. You know, Tuesday, July 31st, Kirk Gibson bobblehead night, presented by San Manuel Indian Bingo and Casino. Fans with the first 50,000 tickets will receive a mini fist-pumping Gibson. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotion. July 31st, of course, the Dodgers will be home against Arizona. I wonder if we could convince Gibson, for old time's sake, to one time run around the infield and make the fist pump. Yeah, I know, a snowball in hell, right? 2 down, and here's Tony Gwynn. Nice thought. Tony grounded out in the first inning, hits a comebacker under the glove of Lee. Rollins is on it and throws him out. So down go the Dodgers, and at the end of 3, 1-0 Dodgers. Dodger Baseball is brought to you by the new wireless receiver from AT&T UVerse. Visit AT&T.com/freeyourtv. Rethink possible. By El Pollo Loco, crazy you can taste. And by the full line of fuel-efficient vehicles at your Southern California Toyota dealer. 1-0 in favor of the Dodgers on Juan Rivera's home run, and we go to the 4th inning. Shane Victorino, the flying Hawaiian, and ball 1. Victorino, like so many people in the islands who are born there, mixed heritage from a lot of countries. And he's going to hit one just over the glove of Cruz for a base hit. Victorino is Hawaiian, Japanese, Chinese, and Portuguese. So Shane, at one time was Dodger property and surfaced to the big leagues with the Padres, now a solid fixture in Philadelphia. But of course, at this time of the year, with the rumors are flying, all kinds of names as mentioned to be traded. Here's Utley, fly deep to left. Hairston had to go to the track and near the wall to make the catch. Chase 0 for 1. Strike. 0-1. Utley, a marvelous player, sidelined for half the year. Meanwhile, Victorino always a threat to run, left-hander or no. That's a little low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Of course, you have a pretty good duel here. Victorino, a very successful base stealer. Shane has stolen 19 out of 22, and we told you that base stealers are barely above 500 against Kershaw. So this will be interesting. Victorino, the tying run, 1-0 Dodgers, 4th inning. Dodgers leave tomorrow and go to New York. One ball and one strike. And a high fly ball straight away should wind up in Kemp's glove, and does. So Utley 0 for 2 today. He was 0 for 3 last night, 0 for 5, and 0 for 4 in the first game. So Utley 0 for 9 in the series. So that slows down the Phillies' attack. But again, you have to remember, Utley just coming back and only played 14 games. Ruiz, the All-Star this year, caught 4 innings. Grounded to short in the second, 0 for 1. Carlos Ruiz is from Panama, from Chiriqui. Victorino, pretty good lead. Yep, Kershaw has to take it away from him. Good battle here. For Kershaw, he has picked off 32 in his career. Victorino hasn't gotten quite to the point with his left foot, but there he goes. Pitch is a strike. The throw, he's in there. Shane Victorino, just going to say, wasn't quite to the point, and he took off. Good strong throw by A.J. Ellis, but Victorino had just enough of a jump to get in under the tag. His right hand was on the bag, and the tag was up on the elbow, so he was in there for sure. So for Shane Victorino, he has now stolen 20 of 23. He had really only been caught twice until he was at second base the other night. Decided to steal third, got about halfway, changed his mind, tried to get back, and they nailed him. So that was rule caught stealing. But it's hard to get him. So Victorino, the tying run, Ruiz and Pence trying to pick him up. It is up to Ellis to hold Victorino on. Victorino, by the way, has stolen third base 4 times. That's a lot. 4 times this year. Off speed and high. 2 balls and 1 strike to the lad from Chiriqui in Panama. Home of a pretty famous catcher with the Pirates years ago, Manny Sanguillen. Ruiz, 33 years old, been with Philadelphia since '06. About 5'11", 190. Two balls and 1 strike. And that's going to go foul, 2-2. Ruiz's on-base percentage is terrific. He's right behind Joe Mauer of Minnesota and a little bit in front of A.J. Ellis. With runners in scoring position, Ruiz was hitting .352. Remember Philadelphia last night with like 0 for 9 until Pence got the big base hit. Foul ball. Boy, how you can turn and hit that ball in the near corner of the dugout's rather remarkable. 2-2. Ruiz drafted by the Phillies as a free agent, 1998. Two and two to Carlos. They call him Chooch. and he promptly chooches it into center. Now let's see. Here comes Victorino. Here comes Kemp. Victorino is in there with the run. Boy, was that a perfect throw or not? Wow. Matt Kemp last night threw a runner out at the plate. That was Howard. Threw Ruiz out at third last night and came within a whisker. In fact, he would have thrown out almost everybody but a guy like Victorino who flies. A one-hopper right on the money, and the tag just missed. Door kind of open, as you can see. Ellis to the left of the plate and gloving it. So it was open, and Victorino got in there, and we have a 1-1 tie. Holding at first is Ruiz, and here's Hunter Pence. 0-1. Matt Kemp has 45 outfield assists. He came awfully close to getting yet another. 0-1. One and one, the count to Hunter Pence. Big boy out of Houston. Boy, they loved him down there in Texas. 6'4", 215. Born in Arlington, lives in Houston, and put up some good numbers with the Astros. In fact, last year he hit .308 while he was with Houston. Then he came over to Philadelphia, but he only played 8 games. So Hunter Pence, older brother, pitched in the Padre organization for about 3 years. Ruiz doesn't figure to run, but he is 3 for 3. So Kershaw's going to keep an eye on him. That stolen base by Victorino was cashed in. High fastball, and he went after it anyway. But of course, at 6'4", I guess he figures he's above everything. Hunter Pence, going back to 2008 and through last year, Pence and Jeff Francoeur had 52 outfield assists. Kemp is getting close now. 1-2. 2-2. Kershaw overthrowing a little bit. Pence's 17 home runs, 13 against right-handers, 10 on the road. He's also grounded into 11 double plays. Chokes up on the bat. Big curveball, but it broke too early. So 3-2 the count. Ruiz checking Sam Peloso and Juan Samuel to see whether he's going or not. Pence strikes out a lot. He has struck out 76 times. Ruiz a very short lead. Doesn't go. Fouled away. Hunter Pence did something I guess any ball player would love to do. He got a text message when he was in Houston from his brother that the brother's wife had just delivered a baby, and the text message was, "Hit one for the new baby." He went to the park that night and hit one. Fastball. So Kershaw just said, "Here, try to hit it." Clayton hits 96 on the gun. Down goes Pence. Second strikeout for Clayton. And the batter now will be Ty Wigginton, who grounded out in the second inning. We have a 1-1 tie here in the fourth inning. This is the 7th and final meeting of the year between the two teams. Of the previous 6 games, 5 of the 6 decided by 1 run. And both games in this series decided 3-2. In fact, the only game that was one-sided, the Dodgers won 8-3. That was Aaron Harang beat Cole Hamels. That was back in early June. 0-1 to Wigginton. Tied up on that pitch. Wigginton hitting .242, 9 home runs, 35 runs batted in. The Phillies are 11-17 in one-run games. Dodgers losing 2 in this series are 19-17. No balls and 2 strikes. Dodgers 3 back of San Francisco. San Francisco playing tonight in Atlanta. The Dodgers will travel tomorrow and play the weekend in New York, then 4 in St. Louis, and then 3 in San Francisco. 0-2. Ball 1. Dodgers against the Mets have lost 3 out of 4 here. Against St. Louis, they won 3 straight here. And with the Giants, they've lost 4 of 6, losing all 3 at AT&T. And pop fly, really, just a lazy fly ball to right field. That'll do it. Gwynn makes the catch. However, a base hit, stolen base, and the flying Hawaiian beats the throw home, and we have a 1-1 tie. In matching up the pitchers, you are matching up Cy Young Award winners, and so far it's about what you would expect, except the fact that Cliff Lee has been so careful and pitched so quickly. He's made only 24 pitches. He had a 7-pitch inning, and he had a 6-pitch inning. Meanwhile, Kershaw had 1 tough inning when he made 24. You know what's so interesting? A note that we gave you at the start of the game, and that's a strike to Mark Ellis. Remember, we told you that if Cliff Lee starts the count 0-1, the opposition is hitting .219. Well, he's done that to 9 batters in a row. There's a hopper to short. Rollins takes his time and throws out Ellis. 1 away. However, we also told you that if the count is 1 ball and no strikes, the opposition is hitting .352. Well, after retiring 9 with 0-1 strike, he started ball 1 to Juan Rivera. And Rivera, sure enough, hit a home run at the moment to put the Dodgers in front. So here's Matt Kemp. Struck out in the first inning. Matt 0 for 1. Big hitters Andrew McCutchen, Mike Trout, and Matt Kemp. 150 or more plate appearances. That's a strike. 0-1 to Matt. 12 home runs. 28 runs batted in. Fastball, as the hitters used to say, undressed him, up and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cliff Lee missed a couple of weeks. And just say bad back, that's simple enough. Fouled away, upstairs off to the right. 1-2 to Kemp. Lee throwing 93. Juan Rivera waiting on deck. You're wondering about the fellas who have given Cliff Lee a bad time and the ones who haven't. Paul Konerko hitting .362 with 6 home runs against him. Adrian Gonzalez hitting .563. Kind of a surprise for a left-hand hitter to eat up Cliff Lee like that. But then some pretty good players have gone down the drain against him. 2-2. High fly ball to center. Going back on the ball is Victorino. So a long out, 2 down. Who are the guys whom he has gotten? Beltre, Damon, and Barajas, and not Rivera. Rivera hit his 4th home run of the year, his 4th home run against Cliff Lee in his career. Every time we see the replay, we're still not sure why John Mayberry didn't jump. In Lee's career, only Paul Konerko, we told you, has 6 home runs. Rivera now has 4. Also for Rivera, he has not abused another pitcher like that. 4 home runs against Lee, the most he has against any pitcher. And remember, over the years, Rivera only has 7 hits against Lee, and 4 of them home runs. Rather remarkable. Adrian Beltre is hitting .125. Johnny Damon .077. Rod Barajas, the big likable catcher who played here, he's now with Pittsburgh. He's still looking for a hit. He is 0 for 19 against Lee. 1-1, 4th inning. Kind of what you would hope for and expect when you have 2 Cy Young Award winners. Fouled away. Cliff Lee. He's had problems, personal problems. A son with leukemia. Thank God he's all right, in remission. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Breaking ball fouled off. So Juan Rivera, with 4 home runs, has the Dodgers even. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out in a 1-1 tie. Rivera tired of waiting. Boy, Cliff Lee, what a cross to carry, talking about his son. When the baby was maybe 4 months old, it was diagnosed with leukemia. Baby had developed a fever, vomiting. At first, they thought it was maybe a stomach infection, but it was really leukemia of the eye. 3-2. High fastball. That's the biggest strikeout pitch of the year. And down goes Rivera, as does just about everybody else. And at the end of 4, a 1-1 tie.
November 21st, 2003.
Eric Gagne records his 53rd save of the season, breaking his own franchise record, which he had set the previous year. Gagne was a perfect 55 for 55 in save opportunities that season. He became the first relief pitcher to capture the Cy Young since Dennis Eckersley in 1992, and the second Dodger reliever ever to do so alongside Mike Marshall. We have a 1-1 tie as we go to the fifth inning. The Dodgers quickly with a stroke, a home run by Juan Rivera. And for the Phillies, they attack Kershaw with a single by Victorino, a stolen base, and a one-out single by Carlos Ruiz. Now it'll be the bottom three of the lineup: Placido Polanco, John Mayberry, and Carlos Lee. Fastball strike, 0-1. Polanco, very, very difficult to strike out. 0-2, so let's see if that holds up. He has had about 300 plate appearances, and he's only struck out 24 times. So let's see, no balls and 2 strikes against a strikeout pitcher. Got a little bit of it. Still 0-2. Placido Polanco from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. He's going to be 37 in October. He's been around a while. Originally with the Cardinals, and as usual, even with 2 strikes, he makes contact. And we have one away here in the fifth inning. That'll bring up John Mayberry. Say, by the way, you know, time's running out for this year's Dodger season tickets. Purchase today. You'll receive all of this year's new benefits and full postseason rights. Season tickets between the bases start at $10 per game. So visit Dodgers.com/season tickets today. Maybe if you can, even right now. Here's Mayberry, reached on the error. It was a tough play by Uribe. Ground foul. One of the problems on the ground ball, Uribe had to step over the bag at third while on the dead run. And to be honest, his throw was a bounce, admittedly, but I think most first basemen would have caught the ball on the bounce. Rivera caught it and dropped it, and they gave Uribe the error. That's a strike. So Kershaw went 0-2 on Polanco. Now comes right back 0-2 on Mayberry. His dad played for a while in the big leagues. Big John, where young John on the svelte side, his dad was a lot bigger. Down he goes. So Mayberry reached on an error. Now he strikes out, and the batter will be Carlos Lee. When we say he is svelte, it gets you an idea of how big his dad was, because this young John Mayberry is about 6'30", 6'6", 230 pounds. 0-1 to Carlos Lee. Cliff Lee sacrificed in the third inning. I know why I said Carlos Lee. I was reading about how the Dodgers wanted to get Carlos Lee, and he wound up in Miami. Just read that this morning. A Lee by any other name. 0-2. 1-2 the count. Dodgers heading for New York. Aaron Harang will pitch Friday night against Santana. Capuano against Batista. Evaldi against Nice. So the Dodgers will not see the knuckleballer Dickey, but Lee sees strike 3, and that's that. Kershaw now has struck out 4, and at the end at 4.5, a 1-1 tie. Here's the way the National League West stacks up for now. The Dodgers trail the Giants by 3. Giants play tonight. Dodgers tied in this game. Arizona, they'll play later on. They're down by 7. And then you have San Diego and Colorado. Dodgers trying to whittle away at that -3 before hitting the road. Dodgers will send up Jerry Hairston, Juan Uribe, and Luis Cruz. Cliff Lee has really not had to work hard in any inning. His pitches 7, 11, 6, and the last inning 14. So he's only made 38 pitches. Hairston flied to center right after Rivera had homered. One, bottom of the 5th. And ball 1. Don't forget, we can talk about the Dodgers going out on the road, but when they come home, they play Arizona, then the Cubs, and then Colorado. So we'll hope you'll make your plans, get your tickets, and we'll see you during the next homestand. Chopper to deep short. Rollins has to wind up and throws him out. 1 away. Gold Glove shortstop handling that. And now Juan Uribe.
Number 5, Juan Uribe.
So Lee, so far, with a minimum number of pitches. I mean, Hairston didn't hang around at all. Uribe grounded to third in the 2nd inning. Ball 1. In there, 1-1. Off the plate, ball 2. 2-1 the count. Juan Uribe, 1 home run, 13 runs batted in. Two balls, 2 strikes. Uribe playing third base today. played shortstop earlier when he played short. 0 for 4 against the Padres. 3-2 the count to Juan Uribe. Uribe has only walked 8 times, so he's up there to hack. And he's only struck out 31 times. Still there. 3-2. Uribe, who had 24 home runs last year with the Giants. Dodgers are hoping somehow in the last 2 months he'll regain that swing. 3-2. And fouled away off to the right again. Outfield plays him almost straight away. Shane Victorino is a little offline, a bit towards left center. Uribe needs a new bat. Crack that one. Uribe can hit the ball a long way to right field, so Hunter Pence is deep and Mayberry deep in left. Okay, 3-2. 1 out, bases empty in a 1-1 tie. Big ground ball wide to third. Polanco is on it. High throw and a nice toe dance by Wigginton, and we have 2 down. I would think it's about time to get you thinking a little bit. Come up with our trivia question. Jimmy Rollins, one of 10 players since 1970 with at least 100 triples and 100 home runs. Which 3 of those 10 played for the Dodgers? That's a lot of work. 100 triples and 100 home runs. We'll give you the answer in a while. Luis Cruz grounded to third in the 2nd inning. And promptly lines it to center. Victorino, what a great jump he had on that. He was in motion just as soon as the ball left the bat. Down go the Dodgers in a 1-1 tie. Dodgers, and on this day in 1957, while the Dodgers struggled all over the place with the St. Louis Cardinals, Gil Hodges hit a grand slam home run to beat the Cardinals 10-9. For Gil, that day marked his 12th, and of course he hit a couple more and wound up with 14 grand slams in his great career. He also hit 4 home runs in one game, but that was against the old Boston Braves. With that, let's go back to this one. Jimmy Rollins leading off. Fouled. 0-1 to count. Rollins hitting .260. Has grounded out and struck out. This time pops it up And it will be Mark Ellis. So Rollins pops up, one away, and the batter will be Shane Victorino. For Kershaw, 74 pitches now. For Cliff Lee, he's made only 49 pitches through 5 innings. Drops the breaking ball in there nicely. Clayton Kershaw is pitching a gem, and believe it or not, he's being outpitched by Cliff Lee. To give you an idea, Clayton is in the middle 70s in his pitch count. Lee has made only 49 pitches, and he's only missed the strike zone on 13 pitches in 5 innings. Fastball a little low. Of course, the other night, Blanton was magnificent. Blanton went 8 innings, struck out 7, didn't walk anybody. 1-2. 2-2. Victorino trying to get aboard, and then a threat to run always. So if you walk Victorino, it's almost like a double. And then Chase Utley hitting third. And remember, Utley is struggling, 0 for 9. Bad ball. The Victorino chased it. 5 strikeouts for Kershaw, 2 down. Remember the trivia question? It had to do with Jimmy Rollins. 100 triples, 100 home runs, which 3 played for the Dodgers, one of the 10 to do it. Yeah, the third base coach, Juan Samuel, Kenny Lofton, and Steve Finley. Samuel, as we mentioned, played with the Dodgers from 1990 into 1992. And Juan, in 1987 with the Phillies, had 28 home runs and 15 triples. I mean, he was talented. 1 ball and no strikes. Utley fly deep to left, fly to center, check swing, no swing. Of course, again, every time you talk about Utley and you say, well, he's 0 for 9 in the series, remember, he's only played 14 games. Missed everything, including spring training. Still dangerous, and promptly bangs it for a base hit. So Utley singles to center. That's only the 3rd hit given up. Of course, Kershaw allows 3 hits. Cliff Lee has allowed just 1 hit, but it was a home run. Ruiz grounded to short and singled. Now, Utley is a remarkable base stealer when he does run, when he's 100%. He's not 100%. 0 for 1 this year. But before his injury, he had the best career stolen base percentage, almost 89% of the time. When he was going, he would make it. But he is not the same Utley, not now. 2 out, Chase at first, Ruiz at the plate. Ruiz got that base hit to center to score Victorino, tie up the game in the 4th inning. 1-0. Fastball line to left. That's a base hit. Up with it out there is Hairston. Stopping at second is Utley. So back-to-back singles with 2 out. And Hunter Pence coming up. Hunter Pence takes the strangest warm-up swings. He just took a couple. It is a stiff-wristed swing. That's not the way he swings at home plate. And yet that's the kind of, I guess it's only to loosen up his upper torso. But when you watch him swing at the plate, you'll figure he's already loose. I mean, he lashes at the ball. Oh, and 1. You would look at Penn, see him swing, and you'd find what you think are a lot of faults. And then somebody would say, oh, really? He's hitting .278. He has 17 home runs, and he has 55 runs batted in. He is just different. 0 and 1. 1 and 1 to Hunter. Had the base hit last night to beat the Dodgers. One ball and 1 strike. And a little ground ball down to Ellis. The quick shovel to Cruz. And that's that. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. At the end of 5.5 innings, it's still a 1-1 tie. The bottom of the 6th inning, but quite a disparity in the number of pitches. Kershaw at 87 and Cliff only 49 pitches. So 49 pitches, that's less than 10 pitches an inning. We were talking about Lee pitching a 99 pitch complete game, and he is certainly on that path, only he's locked in with Kershaw 1-1. He will be facing A.J. Ellis, then Clayton Kershaw, and Tony Gwynn. Ellis flied to center in the 3rd inning. A.J. 0 for 1. Workhorse for the Dodgers. 73 of the 93. In other words, he's only had 20 days off. 0 and 1 the count. Another little slider in there, 0 and 2. No balls, 2 strikes. Ball 1. Little personnel note, and of course that's baseball. You know how well young Stephen Fife did last night. 6 innings, 1 run, 4 hits, and 90 pitches. After pitching, he has gone back to Albuquerque. Javi Guerra is back with the ball club. Apparently, from what we understand, Javi Guerra's dad underwent a successful heart operation, and Guerra back with the club. Amen. 1 and 2. Fouled off. Ellis hitting .275. Outfield plays him straight away, and Pence very deep in right field for a right-hand batter. Very light breeze moving from right to left. Fastball fouled away. Still 1-2. So Carlos Ruiz unable to hold on to that rocket right in the glove, then took the mask right off his face. And you wonder why catchers start to lose batting points as the year progresses. Plus, you also wonder about the word concussion is used more now than it's ever been used, football and baseball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Time. Dodgers scored in the second. The Phillies scored in the fourth. And that's a line drive to left field for a base hit. Mayberry gets it back in. So a leadoff single by A.J. Ellis will bring up Clayton Kershaw in what you certainly would expect to be a bunt situation. Kershaw very successful in sacrificing. He has 9 sacrifices. So Polanco in on the grass. Wigginton ready to push off the bag. The bunt fouled at the plate. 0-1. We talked earlier about the fact that Cliff Lee, among other things, has problems with men on base. He does not do a good job of holding them on. And he also struggles as far as the opposition is concerned when he has to pitch out of a stretch. 0-1. The bunt in the air, foul. 0-2. Give you an idea again. When there's nobody on base, the opposition is hitting .212 against Cliff Lee. With runners on, the opposition is hitting .331. It gets even worse. With a runner in scoring position, the opposition is hitting .343. So there's a man aboard, and we'll see how he fares here in the 6th in a 1-1 tie. The bunt is down. Ruiz looks at second, has to go to first. The 10th sacrifice for Clayton Kershaw. Boy, he and Chris Capuano could open up a school on how to bunt. Kershaw has 10, Capuano has 11. And he did it with a no-ball 2-strike count, too. So now here's Tony Gwynn, and we'll repeat that one number. With a runner in scoring position, the opposition is hitting .343 against Lee. Tony hitting .237 with 17 runs batted in. Grounded to second and grounded to short so far. 1-1. Fouled away. 0-1. A.J. Ellis, who had the base hit leading off the 6th, filed off 3 pitches with the count 0-2 and then singled on the 7th pitch. Dodgers, you talk about moving the furniture in a house. How about Don Mattingly moving his outfielders? The Dodgers today have their 23rd different set of outfielders this year. 23 different sets. 8 different starters in left, 4 different in center, 7 different in right. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fastball on the corner. Dodgers 1 run, 2 hits. Phillies 1 run, 4 hits in the battle of the Cy Young Award winners, Cliff Lee and Clayton Kershaw. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. And a slicing fly ball coming up is Mayberry. So Gwynn can't advance him or pick him up. And we have 2 down with Mark Ellis. Ellis with 3 home runs, 11 runs batted in. Twice has grounded to short. Ellis becomes an extremely important hitter now with 2 out, a runner at second, and Matt Kemp on deck. Though Ellis trying to get aboard any way he can and let Matt have a shot. Light breeze blowing left to right, barely stirring the flags in center. Fastball away. 1-0. Mark hitting .267. One ball, no strikes. And ball 2. Dodgers will be heading for New York, and the Phillies certainly would tell them to be careful. The Mets have beaten Philadelphia 8 out of 12, 5 out of 6 in Philadelphia. 2-0 the count to Mark Ellis. Now ball 3. So here pitching very carefully, knowing Kemp's on deck. And he's on the edge of his first walk. Lee has only struck out 2. 3 balls, no strikes. And he walked him on 4, and the door is certainly open. So if the Dodgers had their druthers outside of Juan Rivera, they would like to have Matt Kemp come up. 2 on, 2 out, 6th inning in a 1-1 tie. Little meeting at the mound. Though we can go back and refresh our memories on Kemp. He was 1 for 13 against Lee, 0 for 2 today. So Matt is 1 for 15 against Cliff Lee. He has struck out and flied to center. So Utley along with Ruiz and Lee, and here comes Kemp. A.J. Ellis at second, Mark Ellis at first. Well, remember, as soon as the Dodgers got a man on base and Lee had to pitch out of a stretch, he got into trouble. As soon as there was a man at second base, he got into some trouble. And now let's see what he does. 2 on, 2 out. A strike to Kemp. Throw down, not in time. But boy, that went to Utley like an arrow. 0-1. You see Utley at the bag. A.J. Ellis got back. If nothing else, psychologically, the Phillies trying to take a step away from A.J. might pay off on a close play at the plate. However, with Kemp up there, Utley has to play out on the grass. 0-1. 0-2. With Kemp up there, A.J. Ellis, even though that pickoff throw was close, can take a very big lead. Utley on the grass, Rollins on the rim. No balls and 2 strikes. The count to Matt Kemp. 1-1, bottom of the 6th. Down he goes. High fastball. So Kemp 0 for 3 and 1 for 16 against Cliff Lee. And we're still locked in 1-1. To have a game summary on the offense, Juan Rivera led off the second inning with a home run, his 4th of the year. Meanwhile, Carlos Ruiz got a base hit to score Victorino despite a great throw by Matt Kemp. And we have a 1-1 tie as we go to the 7th inning. You want to know the difference between playing at sea level and playing in Denver, the mile-high city? Pretty well put on the line today. It's ball 1 to Ty Wigginton, who was grounded out and flied out. First of all, we're 1-1 in the 7th. They're in the bottom of the 4th inning in Colorado, and that's a 6-6 tie with the Rockies and the Pirates. There's a pitcher with Colorado, you might not have known about it, but he had only worked about 37 innings this year and had given up 12 home runs. His name, Jeremy Guthrie. Well, he pitched today. He lasted 2 2/3 innings. So wait till you hear his totals pitching in Colorado. Ground foul. Jeremy, 41 innings. He has given up 14 home runs. Home run every 3 innings. And his earned run average is 9.5. To be a pitcher in Denver at Coors Field is a nightmare. And for that kid, I'm sure he can't wait to leave. Bottom of the 4th inning is 6-6. Life in Denver. Wigginton 0 for 2, hitting .241, giving Ryan Howard a rest. Fouled away. By the way, with Clayton Kershaw on the mound, had Ryan Howard started, Howard is just 3 for 14 against Clayton. That's just a .214 batting average. 3-2 to Wigginton in a 1-1 tie. Fouled off. We were talking before about Philadelphia, how they have broken even on the road, which is no easy thing to do. Washington and Atlanta and Cincinnati are the only 3 teams in the National League above 500 on the road. High foul, that should go out of play and does. So after today's game, the Dodgers going to go out of the road. 3 in New York, 4 in St. Louis for 7, and 3 in San Francisco. They have a 10-game road trip. How do they do on the road? They are 4 games under 500, 20 and 24.
3-2. Wigginton hits a fly ball, moving over to catch it his wing. So one away in the 7th inning. Wigginton 0 for 3, and Polanco coming up. Say, friends, you like baseball like we do? Well, the Dodgers may have the perfect special ticket package for you. So give us a shot. Maybe we can sell you on it. Visit Dodgers.com/ticket packs today. 1 out, 7th inning. Polanco followed by Mayberry. Ground ball, glove side. Rivera stays with it. Boy, it's a difference when you have a left-handed first baseman and a right-handed first baseman. That ball might have gone down the line with Loney, but it was hit to Rivera's gloved side. 2 down. John Mayberry reached on an error and struck out. Mayberry at 6'6". He gives Clayton a big strike zone. John born in Kansas City, but he lives in Overland Park, Kansas. John went to Stanford and was a first-round pick by the Rangers 7 years ago. Came up to the Phils 3 years ago. Had a degree in political science. Big fella, 6'6", 230. 28 years old. He'll be 29 a few days before Christmas. And a strike. Mayberry with a half a dozen home runs. Kershaw, meanwhile, has reached 100 pitches. Well, Mayberry goes quietly, strikes out a second time. Easy inning for Kershaw. We're heading for the bottom of the 7th in a 1-1 tie. Look at the box score for the Dodgers. As you can see, a lot of offers there. You do have Rivera's home run, and then one other murmur of protest, a single by A.J. Ellis, and that sums it up. What it means is we're locked into a great pitching duel. Cliff Lee and Clayton Kershaw. Every now and then you get a matchup like this and you think, well, that's going to be a great pitching duel, and it falls apart. But not today. 1 run, 2 hits for the Dodgers. 1 run, 4 hits for the Phils. Kershaw has now gone to 101 pitches. He has pitched his high 117. Clayton has done that twice. So Cliff Lee going to work on the man who hurt him, Rivera, with the home run. Ball 1. Lee coming off his hardest inning when he made 20 pitches, where he gave up, among other things, a leadoff single and his only walk. 2-0 to Rivera. In there. 2-1. He's still throwing over 90. Hit 91 with that pitch. Rivera hitting .258, 4 home runs, 29 runs batted in. 2-1 to Juan. 2-2. Some streaks. The Phillies have won 4 straight. They've won 7 straight at Dodger Stadium. The Dodgers have lost 4 straight, 7 out of 8, 19 out of 25, and trying to get well today before going out on the road. And popped in the air. Lee is calling, and the pitcher makes the catch. So Rivera pops it up. 1 out in the 7th. By the way, Cliff Lee is due to lead off the 8th inning for Philadelphia. Cliff Lee with 8 no decisions, and here he is locked in 1-1. In Lee's starts this year, as good as he is, you know how Philadelphia has fared in his starts coming into this game? They're 4-11. Ball 1. He's lost 3 games to the bullpen. So he should be at least 4-6. His run support, well, he got 1 today. And the Phillies are getting him a little less than 3 runs a start. And for whatever reason, the Phillies are scoring 20% more runs after he leaves the game. So you look and you say, why is he 1-6? A lot of reasons. Pulled foul, 1-2. Typical of Lee, he gives you a lot of innings. He's averaging 6.9, just about 7 innings a start. Walks, he walks maybe 5% of the hitters. Today he's walked 1. One and 2. Little ground ball backing up is Polanco. The long throw on the money. 2 down. And one other note, you know, when Rivera popped up here in the 7th inning and Lee caught the ball, he is number 1 on infield pop flies. Number 1. So we have 2 down here in the 7th, and Juan Uribe, the batter. This is the final meeting of the 2 clubs. Dodgers have won 4 of 6, and 5 of the 6 decided by 1 run. Uribe backs off on a strike. 0-1. Juan twice grounded to Polanco. One third baseman visiting the other. Way out in front, 0-2. Where Uribe has pulled the ball twice, his opposite number down there at third, Polanco, has gone the other way all three of his at-bats against Kershaw. So Lee with a 1-2 count, 2 out, 7th inning in a 1-1 tie. Another note about Cliff Lee, he's record coming in 1-6. You know when he got the victory? It wasn't until July 4th. I mean, you're talking about a premier pitcher. Strange year. 2-2 to Uribe. Down he goes. So Uribe strikes out, and we have 7 innings in the books in a 1-1 tie. In a 1-1 tie, big difference. Lee has made 17 fewer pitches than Clayton. Clayton has given up twice as many hits, which means 4-2, and a 1-1 tie. Only been one walk in the game, and that was the walk given to Mark Ellis by Cliff Lee. So 8th inning, 1-1, and Cliff Lee starting it off. The big pitcher has struck out and sacrificed. Sliced foul out of play, 1-1. Kershaw, as we said, twice this year has made 117 pitches in a game. Last time he did it was way back the end of May. Fouled away. Last time Clayton pitched less than 100 pitches would be the 8th of May. Oh, this is the 13th time he's had over 100 pitches. Big slow curve. That thing hurried up there at 72 and a 2-2 count. Fastball, got him. So Lee strikes out, 1 away, and Jimmy Rollins coming up. You know, you can follow the Dodgers with MLB.com at bat 12 for your iPhone, iPad, BlackBerry, Android, and Windows Mobile. Get live audio, pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. So text at bat to 31826 or visit Dodgers.com for details. and a strike. Rollins grounded to short, struck out, popped up. Kershaw with 7 strikeouts, no walks. One ball and 1 strike. Rollins 0 for 3. He would be 2 for 10 in the series. Foul ball. Javi Guerra, we're happy to say, is up in the Dodger bullpen. Nice to see that he's back. Obviously, his father has weathered the heart surgery. Had to go to Mexico. 1-2. Fastball, slow ground ball to pick by Cruz to get him. So Rollins, despite a double and a home run, just 2 hits and 11 trips. Shane Victorino grounded to third, single to center, stole second, and scored on a base hit by Carlos Ruiz. Last time up, Victorino struck out. Ball 1. We've mentioned several times the fact that of the 6 previous meetings, 5 of the 6 have been decided by 1 run. But then when you look closer, that's something that's a little out of the ordinary. The Dodgers won all 4 games in Philadelphia, 3 of the 4 by 1 run. The Phillies came here. They've won both games, each by the score of 3-2. So not only have 5 of the 6 been decided by 1 run, but all of the wins are to the visiting team. Strike. 2-1. You figure in tough 1-run games, the home club batting last has a little bit of an edge. Way out in front is Victorino. 2-2. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 8th, Cruz, Ellis, and Kershaw. So deuces wild on Shane Victorino. Foul back. The paid attendance today, fine crowd, 39,955. 39,955. A beautiful day. It was 80 degrees when the game started, but the sun isn't hammering the people because of the cloud cover. Fastball hit to the gap in left center. Victorino with his speed on his way for 2, and the ball gets back to the infield and he'll stop at second. So a 2-out double for Shane Victorino. He goes 2 for 4. And that leaves it up to Utley.
Second baseman, Chase Utley.
Gary Hairston quickly getting the ball back to the infield. Utley fly deep to left, fly to center, and singled with 2 out and the bases empty in the 6th inning. Of course, when you look at Utley in the background, a fellow who goes through the normal process, that is going to spring training, being healthy and playing, you're looking at a totally different player now. I mean, here's a fella, 1 year he had 32 home runs and 102 runs batted in. 4 years ago, 33 home runs and 104. So here he is with 2 home runs, 7 runs batted in. And ball 1. What a 4-year stretch, averaging 29 home runs and 104 runs batted in. And fouled away. Utley 1 for 3, 0 for 3, and 0 for 4. So he is 1 for 10 in the series. For Clayton, getting close now to that 117 pitch mark. Highest pitch game he ever served. Clayton made 125 pitches. But not this year. And a little ground ball to Mark Ellis. And that'll be that. So the Chase Utley that's playing now is a far cry from the healthy Chase Utley. No runs, a double, a man left, and we're still 1-1. You can describe it for Clayton Kershaw, but he was up against another magnificent left-hander. Clayton Kershaw, 120 pitches. That's a season high, and he allowed just 1 run and 5 hits. Struck out 7 and did not walk anybody. Meanwhile, Cliff Lee has allowed 1 run and 2 hits. He has struck out 4 and has walked 1. So we got what we hope to see, a great duel. Ball 1 to Cruz. Grounded to third, fly to center. Cliff Lee has only made 85 pitches compared to Kershaw's 120. That's a line drive, but right at Utley. 1 out in the 8th. A.J. Ellis coming up. Dodgers now have Kenley Jansen up in the bullpen. Javi Guerra played catch, but Jansen's getting ready. To look ahead, the Phillies in the 9th inning will have Ruiz, Pence, Wigginton, and of course, always waiting to be played, the ace card, Ryan Howard. Crack bat, ground ball, backhanded by Rollins. Perfect throw. 2 down in the 8th inning. And the Dodgers send up Adam Kennedy, who's been swinging the bat a lot better of late. One reason he's been playing a little more, and he'll hit for Kershaw. So Adam Kennedy coming up. Adam started last night at third base, had a double, a long fly ball out to right field. Grounded out as a pinch hitter and did not play other than that. Kennedy hitting .241. He has a home run, 13 runs batted in. 3 for 18 coming off the bench with 1 run batted in. 0-1. Two out, 8th inning, a 1-1 tie. Little roller. Rollins in a hurry. Makes the play. So for Cliff Lee, just breezing, retires this side in order, and at the end of 8, we are where we started, all tied. Pitch a lot tougher than Lee. 120 pitches, 5 hits. Meanwhile, Cliff Lee in 8 innings, an amazing 89 pitches. 1 walk, and he's only allowed 2 hits. One of the 2 hits against Lee was a home run. So we got what we had hoped for, a great pitching duel. In a sense, you say to yourself, you'd kind of like to see it go extra innings so that neither pitcher could lose a game. Well, Kershaw now can't lose. He pitched so well, but he can't win. And it's now in the hands of Kenley Jansen as Philadelphia comes up with Ruiz, Pence, and we'll see about Wigginton because Ryan Howard, of course, is not doing anything, sitting in the dugout. Kenley Jansen, he got burned last night. Howard just sitting back, but with a bat close at hand. Jansen, you remember, faced Hunter Pence last night, and Pence had the base hit to drive in the 2 runs. Carlos Ruiz grounded to short, single to center to drive in the only run, and single to left. And a strike. Ruiz, his last at bat last night is when he was hit by Ronald Belisario. That brought in Jansen, and Pence got the hit to win the game. 0-1 to Carlos, hitting .353. Foul ball. 0-2. For the Pride of Panama. What a pitching duel tonight. Or today. Kershaw and Lee. I think Jansen and Ellis thought they might have had a strike there. 1 ball, 2 strike. Brian Knight is the plate umpire, and he's done a great job. There's not been any grumbling at all on the pitches. And he's only in his 4th year as a big league umpire. And boy, is he proud of his brother. Down goes Ruiz. 1 away in the 9th. Brian Knight's brother Staff Sergeant Kevin Knight of the United States Marine Corps has done 3 tours of duty in Iraq. Lives in Montana. Brian Knight. So 1 away. And the batter, Hunter Pence. 0 for 3. Last night, 2 for 3. Pence 2 for 9 in the series. He has struck out 5 times. 1-1. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 9th inning, they are due to send up Tony Gwynn, Mark Ellis, and Matt Kemp. There is not a hit amongst them. Gwynn is 0 for 3, Ellis 0 for 2, Kemp 0 for 3. Foul back. So Kenley Jansen, who's been through the mill of late, but it's all part of becoming a successful reliever. Just missed with that. 2-2. And he goes all the way 3-2 to Hunter Pence. Another thing about Pence, he runs very well. He has stolen 4 bases. Hitting back of him, Ty Wigginton, but Ryan Howard is out there now. And a little ground ball to short. He makes it close, but he's still out. 2 down in the 9th inning. 1-1 tie. Ryan Howard coming off the bench to see if he can scramble things. And he'll be hitting for Wigginton. Ty went 0 for 3, grounded out in a couple of fly balls. As we had mentioned earlier about Chase Utley, you're not looking at the real Chase Utley, and you're not looking at the real Ryan Howard. Howard last night grounded out and walked twice. Game before, 1 for 4 with a home run. And a strike. Ryan Howard has only been in 7 games. He has 1 home run, 1 run batted in. Dodgers still put up that triangle defense. Cruz the only man left. And he hits it to the gap in right center. It's going to be cut off, and Howard will stop at first. No thought of him trying to advance. So now let's see, will Charlie Manuel keep Howard on the base paths? We saw last night he can't run at all, really, having had the Achilles tendon surgery. So Ryan, a 2-out single, and Placido Polanco coming up. Polanco hitting .257, 2 home runs, 13 runs batted in. Howard had 1 year where you thought he might be a base stealer. That's ball 1. Back in 2009, Ryan stole 8 bases. Otherwise, really nothing. You can count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4 stolen bases in his career. So they're not even going to hold him on. 1 ball and no strikes to Polanco. 2-0 on deck, John Mayberry. Polanco lined out to second, grounded out to second, and grounded out to first. 3 times going the other way, but that was against Kershaw. 2-0. Ball 3. Jansen's important numbers, not the wins and losses. 14 walks, 64 strikeouts. Better than 4-1. He now has 65 strikeouts. Polanco trying to do anything to disconcert, but Jansen gets a strike. Howard at first, Rivera's directly behind him. They're not holding. And another strike. So 3-2 and 2 out. I guess you could say Howard will be walking. Not so much running. There goes Howard, and it's ball 4. So Jansen gets 2 outs, gives up a single and a walk. Juan Pierre moving around in the dugout, coming up the steps, and he will now run for Ryan Howard at second base. They'll get a rabbit out there. Howard did his job, came off the bench and got a base hit. And now Pierre will try to score on anything hit. So Pierre at second, Polanco at first. John Mayberry reached on an error, struck out twice against Kershaw. Rick Honeycutt gone out to talk to Jansen. So Mayberry 0 for 3 today. Mayberry was hit by a pitch last night, so still 0 for 3. It appeared as a pinch hitter and struck out in the 9th inning in game 1, batting for Pierre. So he is 0 for 4, batting in the 220s. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Scott Elbert and Javi Guerra. Guerra up for the second time, Elbert for the first time. So Pierre at second. Pierre has stolen 21 out of 25. One of the reasons the Phillies are 13 games back of Washington, the fact they have not played well in late innings of games, and their record when they are tied after 8 innings like they are today, 2 wins and 9 losses. And for John Mayberry, with runners in scoring position, he's hitting all of 185. And fouled away, 1-1. Down in the bullpen for Philadelphia, the left-hander Antonio Bastardo, and of course the right-hander Jonathan Papelbon. One ball, one strike. And ball 2. Pretty good breeze picking up for the moment, blowing from left to right. When the Dodgers leave to go east, they will play the Mets. The Phillies will go home and play the Giants for 3. So Philadelphia will play yet another factor in the race. 2-1 to Mayberry. And ball 3. So 3-1 to John Mayberry. Earlier in the year, Philadelphia lost 2 out of 3 to San Francisco. Dodgers going to New York. They've lost 3 out of 4 to the Mets. 0-1 to Mayberry, now 3-1, and there's ball 4. So the base is loaded with 2 out, and we will see who will bat for Cliff Lee, who is 0 for 2 with a sacrifice. Jason Pridey will be coming up. We saw Pridey last night. He came off the bench as a pinch hitter and flied to center. So each starting pitcher magnificent. Each starting pitcher finally coming out. Kershaw 8 innings, 1 run. Lee 8 innings, 1 run. The only difference, Lee has a chance to win the game. Jansen facing the first 2 hitters. Got 2 outs. Ruiz struck out. Pence grounded out on 10 pitches. But all of a sudden he's made 13 pitches, walking 2 in a row. And ball 1. So it happened to Ronald Belisario, and today when they were talking about it, Belisario said yesterday, I just don't know what happened. I got the first 2 hitters, couldn't throw a strike. Walked a guy, hit 2. So here's Jansen now, kind of going through the same thing. Instead of hitting batters, he has walked 2 after giving up the single. So Jason Pridey out of Arizona, signed by the Phillies this year as a free agent. 1 ball and no strikes. Jansen has to throw strikes and does. 1-1. Jason Pridey was an All-American and Arizona High School Baseball Player of the Year about 10 years ago. That caught a lot of people's attention. He has a brother who played in the Minnesota Twins organization. Jason Pridey. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-2. Jansen has one concern among many. He has 3 wild pitches, and the crowd trying to cheer him on. Everybody up. 1-2. And a little pop fly. Who's going out? Coming in is Hairston. And the Dodgers are out of a tough spot in the 9th. No runs, 1 hit, 3 left. And we go to the bottom of the 9th in a 1-1 tie. A look ahead to Friday's starters in New York. Johan Santana on the mound for the Mets, 6-6, good ERA. And Aaron Harang, 6-5, and an equally good ERA, each making 18 starts. A little bit of a difference. Santana has allowed 13 home runs, and Aaron has given up 10. Dodgers and Mets starting Friday, but they've got their hands full today. Juan Pierre, who ran for Howard, who batted for Wigginton. Juan takes over in left field. The left fielder, John Mayberry, comes in to take over at first base. And the new pitcher, left-hander Antonio Bastardo. Bastardo was brought in last night because the Dodger lineup had a cluster of left-handers. And he came in and pitched the 8th inning. And then Papelbon pitched the 9th. So Bastardo would be facing a left-hand batter in Tony Gwynn, then Ellis and Kemp. And a strike, 0-1. Tony Gwynn hitting .236, 17 runs batted in. Left-hand hitters are hitting about .220 against Bastardo. He came in last night to pitch to Andre Ethier, and he struck him out. Bastardo is from the Dominican, 5'11", 195. He's going to be 27 in September. Phillies signed him 7 years ago, and he got here in '09. That's a strike. 1-2. Basically with Bastardo, fastball, slider, changeup. One and two to Tony Gwynn, who is 0 for 3. And strike 3 called. The Gwynn is caught looking. 1 out in the 9th. Well, we had 2 wishes granted today. Number one, we were hoping that we would see a terrific pitching duel, and that's exactly what we got. Kershaw went 8, allowed 1 run, gave up 5 hits, no walks. Cliff went 8 innings, 1 run, 2 hits, walked 1. And Cliff no longer has anything to do with it. Neither has Kershaw, and that was the other wish. They both pitched so well, we really didn't think either one should lose, and neither one will. Matt Kemp waiting on deck. Ellis, 2 ground balls and a walk. Two 2-0. 1-1 tie, bottom of the 9th, 1 away. Last 8 in a row retired. The last Dodger to get aboard was Mark Ellis, who walked. Two balls and no strikes. Line drive, foul. Boy, that chased the ball boy. Too hot to handle. Down in the Philadelphia bullpen, Kyle Kendrick, the right-hander, and the left-hander Jeremy Horst. Kendrick made 7 pitches last night. So did Horst. 2-1. Big breaking ball. 2-2 to Mark. Hitting .267. 3 home runs, 11 runs batted in. And popped up into shallow right. Gonna be trouble. It'll drop. So with 1 out in the 9th inning, Mark Ellis, a little pop fly single into right field, and that will bring up Matt Kemp. a rather hungry Matt Kemp, who is not only 0 for 3, but struck out twice against Cliff Lee. So that might be all for Bastardo. He's got Kendrick, the right-hander, in the pen. Charlie Manuel slowly making his way to the mound. Charlie played for the Dodgers here back in 1974. The Wiz from West Virginia. He will take the ball from Bastardo, and we'll be back. Matt Kemp coming up, and they go to Kyle Kendrick, whom we saw last night. Kendrick worked 2 innings in relief and made 22 pitches, and now he is asked to come in and get Matt Kemp and Juan Rivera. Whether it is Rivera or Andre Ethier remains to be seen. The Kendrick has taken his warm-up tosses, and we're about ready. Matt struck out in the first inning, flied to center in the 4th, and struck out in the 6th. Kyle Kendrick is out of Houston, Texas, lives in Washington, went to Mount Vernon High School up there. 7th-round pick 9 years ago. Good quarterback and a punter, and a very good man in relief. Fastball for a strike. Kendrick was a starting pitcher. 110 1 year for the Phils, 111 1 year. 2 years ago he won 11. 0-1 time. No balls and 1 strike from that. Mark Ellis held on by Newberry. Last night, Matt Kemp faced Kyle Kendrick. That was in the 8th inning with 2 out and the bases empty. On a 2-ball, no-strike count, Kemp singled to right field. His 2 swings here, he was going for the downs. 0-2. Ground foul. Oh, near and yet so far. For Kyle Kendrick, he has started 13 games. This would be his 8th appearance in relief. 30 walks, 59 strikeouts, so almost 2-1. But a high ERA basically as a starter. 4.7. 0-2. Got him. So Matt Kemp, angry. You can see him quivering with anger, but he's not going to put on a show. But he has struck out 3 times today. So now Rivera is due up, and Andre Ethier as guest will be coming up. Andre Ethier last night had a single and struck out twice. Bastardo struck him out. Now another meeting. They have a left-hander, Jeremy Horst, and he's joined now by another left-hander, Jake Diekman. So let's see what Charlie Manuel does. They gesture as if it's the taller of the two. I've seen them do that before. I'm not sure. We will find out the taller of the two when we come back. Walking out to the mound, and he held up his left arm, so you knew he wanted a left-hander. Obviously, there were only 2 left-handers throwing in 10. Then, as he held the left hand high, meaning I want the left-hander, he then held his right hand a little bit lower than the extended left hand. So we went and checked the height. Jeremy Horst is 6'3". Jake Diekman is 6'4". And by lowering the right hand, he wanted the shorter of the two, if you can call Horst short at 6'3". So Horst is brought in to face Andre Ethier. Ellis at first, 2 out, 1-1 in the 9th. Jeremy Horst out of Cheyenne, Wyoming. And in the dirt, ball 1. Horst really just arrived this year. He came from Cincinnati in the deal that sent Wilson Valdez to the Reds. Jeremy, high school baseball and wrestler, attended Iowa Western Community College. And Jeremy Horst is 26 years old. He'll be 27 in October. Ethier hitting .297 and a strike, 1-1. And now Andre complains. So I would say for about 8 innings, we didn't see anybody grumble about anything. But now, as we get to the 9th inning, there are some unhappy hitters. Ethier 1 for 3 with a walk last night, and 1 for 4 in the first game. Mark Ellis over there at first base does not do much running as far as stolen bases, but when he goes, he's perfect. He's 4 for 4. One ball, one strike. Side armor, and that's just inside. Ball 2. 2-1. Two out in the ninth and a 1-1 tie. Ellis at first. 2-2 the count to Andre. For Andre Ethier, coming into the game off the bench, this would be his first pinch hit appearance. 2-2. So just as they gave Matt Kemp Sunday's game off against San Diego, they tried to give Andre today, but finally have to press him in service here in the ninth inning. Though the deuces are wild. There goes Ellis, and a ground ball by the diving Mayberry into right field. Mark Ellis will stop at third on the single by Andre Ethier. Mayberry was coming off the bag with the runner because Ellis was going, and the ball was hit to his glove side, but John couldn't get it or knock it down. So Ethier comes off the bench and singles to right. And the Dodgers now have the winning run 90 feet away. Jerry Hairston has flied to center and grounded out twice. So first and third, 2 out. In looking at the Dodgers today, this is the first time they've had a runner get to third base. They had one runner get to second base. Meanwhile, Cliff Lee, after all of his hard work, in danger of no decision. And another meeting. Now there's another left-hander. That was Jake Diekman down there. And with Hairston coming up, Charlie's taking the ball. Michael Schwimmer, a right-hander, has been throwing. We'll see, and we'll be right back. A lot better than we do. He has brought in a right-hand pitcher to face a right-hand batter, and people will nod and say, well, of course, that makes sense. However, he took out the left-handed Jeremy Horst. You know what Jeremy Horst has done against right-hand batters? Right-hand batters against Horst, 0 for 10 with 5 strikeouts. but maybe he feels that Schwimmer's stuff matches up better against Hairston. Hairston is flied to center, grounded out twice. Mike Schwimmer is a big guy. No mistaking if they held their right hand high in the air for him. He is 6'8", 240 out of Fairfax, Virginia. So the game is on the line here. First and third, 2 out. And in the dirt, ball 1. Carlos Ruiz just saved everything for Philadelphia on that pitch. Schwimmer, 0-1, has been in 22 games, but he's fighting it. 10 walks, 16 strikeouts. Basically fastball, slider. He also throws a splitter, and it's the old story. Live by it, you can die by that splitter. And he's behind now, 2-0. A little bit of a surprise, I guess. Schwimmer replaced Horst. Mark Ellis at third, Andre Ethier at first. He might very well run to second. Defensive indifference. The winning run's just 90 feet away. 2-0 pitch. There goes Ethier on ball 3. So that figured second and third, 2 out. And 3-0 to count to Jerry Hairston. Schwimmer went to school at the University of Virginia. Now they've decided, let's take the pressure off him. They will walk Hairston intentionally, and that'll bring up Juan Uribe. And Uribe will give way to James Loney. So time for the moment. Rich Doobie, the pitching coach, goes out to talk to Schwimmer. Bases loaded, 2 out, and Loney coming up. James Loney hitting .247. He is 2 for 11 with a run batted in, coming off the bench. Full house on the mound. Doobie has instructed Schwimmer how they want to pitch Loney. So the bases are loaded, 2 out in the 9th, in a 1-1 tie. Neither starting pitcher is involved. They were both brilliant. Kershaw for 8, Lee for 8. And it has come down to Loney versus Schwimmer. From his numbers, you know Schwimmer is fighting his control. So there's a great deal of pressure on him. 11 walks, 16 strikeouts. And ball 1. So maybe the big break the Dodgers got, maybe, is when they took out Horst. One ball and no strikes. Now back 1-1. The Phillies go home to play the Giants. The Dodgers go on the road to play the Mets. For the Dodgers, this is their 93rd game. 69 left. Loney has been very successful in his career with the bases loaded. His career batting average under these circumstances, .314. Fouled away, 1-2. All right, Ellis, Ethier, Hairston, all on the lines. In the dirt, another great save by Carlos Ruiz. Dodgers have 2 hits in 8 innings. They have 2 hits and a walk here in the 9th. Ruiz going out trying to settle Schimmer. Schwimmer is 26. Came up briefly last year with the Phillies for a little taste. Though we've almost gone as far as we can go. Bases loaded, 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and a 1-1 tie, bottom of the 9th. Fouled away. One run, 6 hits for Philadelphia. 1 run, 4 hits for the Dodgers. Dodgers 3 games back of the Giants, hoping to win and put a little pressure on the Giants when they play Atlanta tonight. 2-2. And now Schwimmer wants to go over the signs again. Swung on and missed. So Loney strikes out. The Dodgers side strikes out as Gwynn, Kemp, and now Loney bite the dust. They lead 3, and we are heading for the 10th inning in a 1-1 tie. In the 4th inning, the Dodgers had Juan Rivera hit his 4th career home run against Cliff Lee. Then there was the base hit to center field by Ruiz that scored Victorino. And that's it. A 1-1 tie. And we now go to the 10th as the Dodgers left the bases loaded in the 9th. 2 magnificent starting pitchers lived up to all the pregame billing. Kershaw working a little bit harder than Lee with 120 pitches to Cliff's 89, but what a great show. Only 1 walk, a total of 11 strikeouts. Kershaw gave up 5 hits. Lee gave up the home run and just 1 other single. Now the Dodgers have to put in a bunch of new players. First of all, they have to rearrange the outfield yet again. Ethier, as the pinch hitter, stays in the game in right field. Tony Gwynn will move over to left field. Jerry Hairston will take over for Uribe at third base. And for good measure, James Loney will take over for Rivera. So Javi Guerra back to the wars after having to make that trip to Mexico. His father ill, heart surgery, but apparently okay, and Javi's back. Ball one, it's Rollins, Victorino, and Utley. Rollins, 2 ground balls, struck out, popped up, 0 for 4. That's a strike, 1-1. For Javi Guerra, Rollins just 0 for 1. Actually, Guerra has only appeared briefly against Philadelphia, so nothing to be learned looking at the hitter versus the pitcher numbers. That's another strike. 1-2 to count to Rollins. Rollins, outside of a double and a home run, has had a very quiet series. 2-2. 0 for 4 today. 1 for 4 last night. 1 for 8. 2 for 11 in the series. Three and 2. When you get into extra innings, the Phillies on the road are 1-7. The Dodgers extra innings at home 2-0. 3-2 to Rollins. For Jimmy Rollins, if you walk him, that's almost like a double. He's 14 out of 18 in stolen bases. Victorino, Rollins, and Pierre. They're the boys who do the running. And Rollins is aboard, so that'll put a lot of pressure on Guerra. 10th inning, 1-1. Shane Victorino will now turn around to bat left-handed, right-handed against Kershaw. He had a single, a double, a stolen base, and a run scored. But Victorino has big numbers right-handed, hitting just .230 left-handed. He has 8 home runs, 3 hit left-handed. But Guerra has his hands full now watching Rollins. And the bunt, good one. Javi flips it high, saved by Mark Ellis. So Victorino gets the bunt down. Rollins now at second base. And the battle will be Chase Utley. Now, we've been saying for quite a while, Utley is not the Utley you're accustomed to seeing. And it's reflected in the fact that he has not done much at all in the series. 0 for 4 in the first game, 0 for 3 in the second, so that's 0 for 7. 1 for 4 today. So Chase Utley 1 for 11, and a tiebreaker Rollins at second base. One thing about Jimmy Rollins to keep in mind, he has stolen third base 5 times. So Guerra and A.J. Ellis in the Dodger infield have to remember, you open up the door, look out. So with Utley, you wouldn't expect it. They'll walk him intentionally. But with a right-hand hitter, Carlos Ruiz coming up, that would mean Hairston would back up and play deeper at third. And then you have to worry about Rollins. So here's the intentional walk. First and second, 1 out. Utley and Pence back-to-back hitters. Carlos Ruiz 2 for 4 today. Very much of a clutch hitter. Very much of an RBI man. Carlos Ruiz in last night's game, looking at his average, with runners in scoring position, he's hitting .342. And did that hit him? I think he thought it did. Carlos showing the third umpire's elbow, but couldn't sell it. Sure was close. Rollins at second, Utley at first, Hairston pretty deep at third. Look out for that bat. Foul ball, 1-1. So Ruiz will need a new bat. Ruiz singled a center to drive in the Philadelphia run and single a left in the 6th inning. One ball and one strike to Carlos Ruiz. We're in the 10th inning in a 1-1 tie. Rollins at second, Utley at first. They both run the bases very, very well, both extremely experienced and both very, very successful. In order to try and take some steps away from Rollins, Mark Ellis has to kind of hang around second base, although he's just backed off. One ball and one strike. Two and one. Javi Guerra, who is out with a bad knee, remember. He's 2-3, an ERA of 3. 10 walks, 22 strikeouts coming in. So now it's 12 walks, 22 strikeouts. A bluff just to let Rollins know they're thinking of him. Ellis doesn't nearly be as far as that picture might indicate. 2-1. And ball 3. On deck, Hunter Pence. So Ruiz checks Juan Samuel. A lot of times you see the third base coach way down the line. He's the other way. Juan Samuel is way down the line near home plate. You'll get a better look at Rollins on a possible play at the plate. And ball 4 to load him up. So Rollins at third, Utley at second, Ruiz at first, and Hunter Pence coming up. No one throwing in the Dodger bullpen. It was Kershaw, followed by Jansen, followed by Guerra. Remember last night, the Dodgers used Lindblom and Belisario. So here's Hunter Pence, who is 0 for 4. Grounded out, struck out, hit into a force play, and grounded out again. Juan Pierre out on deck. And ball 1. Hunter Pence strikes out a lot. He has struck out, bringing him right up to date once today, 77 times. He also has grounded into 11 double plays. So the Dodgers are looking at Pence, hoping to get out of the inning. So Guerra listening, Ellis listening. Now the Dodgers move around in the bullpen. Scott Elvis going to get up again, and he's going to be joined by Josh Lindblom. However, they're up, and there's a 1-ball, no-strike count on Pence. Although Elbert was up earlier, Lindblom was not. Dodger infield is halfway. 1 out, 10th inning, 1-1, and the Phils have loaded the bases. Big bouncer, and that's going to go into left field. It's also going to mean 1 run and the second, and the Phillies lead 3-1 as both Rollins and Utley bring it in on a big bouncing single over the head of Jerry Hairston. Stopping at second was Ruiz. So for the second time in the 3 games, Hunter Pence breaks a tie. The throw to the plate not nearly in time. So the Phillies now lead 3-1 after the Dodgers had a golden opportunity, bases loaded in the 9th inning, and could not cash it in. So Javi, obviously rusty, walked 3, gives up a hit and 2 runs, and he's not finished yet. Juan Pierre is due up. Pierre, remember, came into the game running for big Ryan Howard. Pierre started last night's game and went 1 for 4. Started game 1 and went 1 for 3. So Pierre hitting .315. He has a home run, 19 runs batted in. Ruiz and Pence are out there, and Don Mattingly making his way to the mound, so you have to assume Scott Elbert is coming in. We'll just make sure as Don gets to the mound, they are opening the gate. Here comes Scotty, and we'll be right back. Javi Guerra, who made 19 pitches but only 6 for strikes. So Javi winds up walking 3 and then giving up a base hit for 2 runs. Scott Elbert now facing Pierre, and of course Pierre always runs well, and he has 9 bunt singles this year. Right. Pierre hitting .315, 1 home run, 19 runs batted in. And a comebacker. Elbert to his shortstop Cruz, back for first. They get the double play, and that's that. But that is in capital letters. 2 runs, 1 hit. And we're heading to the bottom of the 10th, 3-1 Philadelphia. A bouncing single by Hunter Pence drives in 2. It's 3-1 in favor of Philadelphia. Bottom of the 10th inning. And for the third time in the 3-game series, the Dodgers see Jonathan Papelbon. Papelbon worked the 9th inning of the first game, gave a base hit, but nothing else. Last night, he retired the side in order in the 9th inning. And today in the 9th, he'll be faced with Luis Cruz, A.J. Ellis, and then if you had to guess, maybe Bobby Abreu. They only have Bobby Abreu and Matt Trainer, the backup catcher, and you usually save the catcher for the very last. So you've got to believe that when Elbert is due up, we will see Abreu. Jonathan Papelbon, one of the more famous relievers, and of course he had his great fame when he was pitching for the Boston Red Sox. He has moved over and made the transition very well. Papelbon will be 32 late in November. Went to school at Mississippi State. He had great years saving games for the Red Sox. Ball 1. Papelbon saved 35, 37, 41, 38, 37, 31. So far with Philadelphia, Papelbon has saved 21. Cruz grounded out, flied out, lined out. Luis 0 for 3, hitting .241, 2-0. The only weakness against Papelbon is his inability to control base runners. They have kind of run wild on him. 2-0. Papelbon just throwing that splitter. That last pitch was a pitch that he learned from Kurt Schilling. Two and 1 to Luis Cruz. Line drive down the left field line. Fair ball. Cruz on his way to second. Pierre finally gets it back in. So the Dodgers get a leadoff double from Luis Cruz. A bullet down the line.
Catcher number 17, A.J. Ellis.
Ball just fair inside the chalk. Rattling around down in the corner. Pierre finally got it back in. 3-1 in favor of Philadelphia. Bobby Abreu, as figured, comes out on deck. He'll be batting after A.J. Ellis. Ellis flied to center, single left, grounded to short. All those at-bats were against Cliff Lee. Breeze blowing to right. And a strike to A.J. Ellis. Ellis did not face Papelbon last night, nor did he face him in Game 1. Oh and 1 the count with Cruz at second, nobody out. 3-1 Phillies, bottom of the 10th inning. Oh and 2, Papelbon hits 92 on the gun. Basically fastballs and splitters. He's been quoted as saying he'll do that about 90%. His fastball has been clocked as high as 96, and the two-finger 92, the sinker. 0 and 2 to Ellis. A.J. hitting .277. Hit foul off to the right upstairs. 39,955 out here. Seeing a memorable pitching duel between Clayton Kershaw and Cliff Lee. Don't forget, Dodgers home 30th of July. Arizona, followed by the Cubs, followed by the Rockies. No balls, 2 strikes. Foul back. Another 92 up. We talked about base stealers taking advantage of Papelbon. Since 2006, the success rate of base runners stealing bases, 95%. 42 out of 44. But you have to get on base. 0-2 to Ellis. In the dirt. 1-2. Papelbon is 2-3. Earned run average of 3. He has only walked 8, and he has struck out 44. One and two the count. In the dirt again. The Philadelphia pitching has been marvelous in its ability to throw strikes. 1 walk was given to Mark Ellis from Cliff Lee. The other walk came when Hairston was walked intentionally in the 9th inning. Dodger pitchers, well, Jansen, Guerra, a little bit on the wild side. 2-2 the count to A.J. Ellis. Little foul ball. A.J. during the course of the year has had some rather lengthy at-bats, fouling off a lot of pitchers. He had a high percentage of base hits with 2 strikes. Well, he has the count right now, 2-2. Papelbon has made 11 pitches so far, and Bobby Abreu waits. 2-2 to A.J. Ellis. Got him. Fastball away. Maybe trying to take a shot at right field or just desperately trying to make contact. Move his man over. Down he goes. So Papelbon gives up a double, then strikes out Ellis. And here's Bobby Abreu hitting now for Elbert. So only Matt Trainer remains as a position player. Dodgers started Rivera, used Ethier, started Uribe, batted Loney, and they've used Kennedy and now Abreu. Abreu and Papelbon. Bobby 2 for 9 in the past. And a strike. Bobby Abreu, the leadoff man in the Dodger squad, and then all of a sudden hits 4th. He is 4 for 14 as a pinch hitter with 1 run batted in. Trying to pick up Cruz. It's 3-1 in favor of the Phils. Foul back. 0-2. Well, we have a pretty good cloud cover. A little bit on the dark side now here in the ballpark. 3 runs, 7 hits for the Phils. 1 run, 5 hits for the Dodgers. A little more humidity in the air perhaps than usual. On deck, the leadoff man, Tony Gwynn. No balls and 2 strikes. Fastball at 94 to move him off the plate. Jonathan Papelbon, 6'4", 230, out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Lives in Jacksonville, Florida, and went to Mississippi State. 3 younger brothers, and they were minor league pitchers, but never quite made it. 1-2. And looked like a change. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jonathan's father, John, is the deputy director of the Ted Williams Museum and Hitters Hall of Fame. That's at Tropicana Field, the home of the Tampa Bay Rays. Two and two. And a pop fly back to third. Rollins slanting. It's going to land. Base hit. And here comes Cruz to score. And the Dodgers now, believe it or not, have the tying run on base. Little pop fly down the left field line. Rollins couldn't get it. Polanco couldn't get it. Pierre couldn't get it. So Abreu gets himself a pop fly single and a run batted in. And once again, we're 3-2. Remember, Philadelphia won the first game 3-2. They won last night's games 3-2. They lead now 3-2 with 1 out. And here's Tony Gwynn against Papelbon. Gwynn is 0 for 4, grounded out twice, flied out, and struck out. 0 for 3 against Lee, struck out against the left-hander Bastardo. Abreu held on by Mayberry. And ball 1. So Papelbon goes to the well 3 straight games, and we'll see how that pays out. One ball and no strikes. Abreu 1 for 2 in stolen bases, if you're thinking about that. There you go. Pitch outside, Ruiz throw, the tag, not in time. So Abreu has now stolen 2 out of 3, and the tying run is out there with 1 out. Two and 0 the count to Gwynn with Mark Ellis on deck. So Abreu off the bench gets a pop fly single, a run batted in, and then promptly steals second. 1 out. Ball 3. So Papelbon might be struggling now. It's tough enough to relieve. It's very tough for anyone to relieve in 3 straight games. Waiting on deck, Mark Ellis. 3-0 to Tony Gwynn. In there, 3-1. So Papelbon on a line drive double to left, and then a pop fly single and a stolen base. 3-2 Philadelphia, 1 out. Abreu the tying run at second. Little Nubbert, gonna be tough. They can't make the play. So Gwynn gets a base hit on a little dribbler. Neither Ruiz could get it, neither could Papelbon, and Gwynn gets a base hit. So a line drive double, a pop fly single, a little roller for a base hit, and the batter is Mark Ellis with Matt Kemp on deck. So Papelbon is charged with 3 hits. 1 run, and he has to get through Ellis and Kemp, and a meeting at the mound. Mark Ellis today twice grounded to short, walked, and singled to right. His base hit to right was against Bastardo. Mark Ellis, over in the American League, had some at-bats against Papelbon and was very successful. He was 4 for 11 against him. He did not face Papelbon last night, nor in game 1. All right, now let's see. First and third, 1 out, 3-2 Phil. Here's Mark Ellis. And a fake and a look. Mark Ellis with 11 RBIs, 3 home runs. Mark has been a solid number 2 hitter. And of course, very important with Kemp on deck. A look and a fake. Ruiz keeping the infield in the ball game. 1 out. As far as Papelbon with a runner at third, and we always think about that in a wild pitch, he does not have a wild pitch. He has a very eager Bobby Abreu, however, at third. Fastball, strike. 0-1. Kemp waits, and is he hungry? 0 for 4, has struck out 3 times today. And a line foul down the line, back into the crowd. 39,955. Good crowd, great game. For Philadelphia, Lee, Bastardo, Kendrick, Horst, Twimmer, and Papelbon. For the Dodgers, Kershaw, Jansen, Guerra, and Elbert. 0-2 to Mark Ellis. Gwynn at first, Abreu at third. Tony Gwynn at first base, always a threat. He has stolen 12. Papelbon is working awfully hard, especially for his 3rd game in a row. This will be his 25th pitch of the inning. He's been unlucky, a pop fly single and a little dribbler for a base hit. 0-2. And Mark Ellis goes down on a fastball. The bat inadvertently hitting the plate umpire. So Ellis strikes out, and it comes down to Jonathan Papelbon and Matt Kemp.
Center fielder, number 27, Matt Kemp.
Matt Kemp today struck out in the 1st inning, flied to center in the 4th, struck out in the 6th, and struck out in the 9th. Kyle Kendrick put him away. So 0 for 4, and here he is, batting .345, 12 home runs, 28 runs batted in. Ruiz out again to talk to Papelbon as Bobby Abreu stands at third and Tony Gwynn at first. For the Phillies, they have to wonder about a lot of stuff, and you have Andre Ethier, remember, having pinch hit on deck, stayed in the game. So we are in the high rent district right now. Papelbon and Kemp. Breeze blowing to right. Ground ball to short, backhanded by Rollins. Throws to first, too late. Scoring is Abreu. I was surprised. The Phillies are now going to argue. Well, let's just see. Bobby Abreu is in the dugout with the tying run. Meanwhile, big argument at first base on the throw, and it looks, among other things, Mayberry did have a toe. Let's see if it stays on there. On there. Wow, is that a tough call for first base umpire Mike Winters. So a little pop fly here, a little dribble there, a little ground ball deep to the hole at short, and the Dodgers have tied it up 3-3. Rollins trying to make a virtually impossible throw, and he made it so close. Throwing from deep shortstop. He had no chance to get Gwynn, and so the Dodgers have gotten off the floor. After Philadelphia scored 2 in the top of the 10th, the Dodgers have come back with 2 of their own. Now they have a chance to win it with Andre Ethier. And ball 1. Andre Ethier came into the game in the 9th inning as a pinch hitter for Juan Rivera and single to right, hitting .299. Check, and the pitch high, ball 2. Gwynn at second, Kemp at first, 2 out. 2-0 to Andre. Fouled away, 2-1. And the breeze picks up, blowing towards right field. Andre with 11 home runs, 60 runs batted in. Gwynn and Kemp, they both run well, but Gwynn's the guy. His speed prevented Rollins from getting the force at second. Jimmy had to make the long throw, and Kemp just did beat that. And ball 3. So Papelbon is really laboring now. 3 games in a row, and he's made 30 pitches. On deck, Jerry Hairston, and this crowd of 39,955 staying right to the last pitch, and well, they will. 3-1. Check, foul. 3-2. What an inning. Cruz lined to double to left. Ellis struck out. Abreu a pop fly single to left. Gwynn dribbling one between home and the mound for a base hit, and then Kemp outlinging a ground ball to the hole at short. 3-2, and the Dodgers have guys who can motor out there, Gwynn and Kemp. There they go, and there's a fly ball to left field. Pierre is there to catch it, so the Dodgers get 2, tie it all up, and leave 2. And at the end of 10, a 3-3 tie. deep in the hole at short. It was rather a remarkable play when you look back at it. The only play Rollins had was to go to first, and he made it a bang-bang play. And one thing, Don Mattingly thought that maybe Matt Kemp was a little tentative in his first 2 games. Boy, he was running as if his life depended on that play at first. And because of that, the Dodgers tie it up. Meanwhile, for Jonathan Papelbon, asked to pitch 3 days in a row, and he made 32 pitches. So if you look back to see what they've won with Papelbon, they will put him away wet and ridden hard. He made 19 pitches on Saturday. He was off on Sunday. And then Papelbon made 18 pitches Monday, 10 pitches Tuesday, and 32 pitches today. So he's got to be a weary reliever as Josh Lindblom now goes to work against Placido Polanco. And a strike. Lindblom with a record of 2-2, an ERA of 3.1, 15 walks, 36 strikeouts. 1-1 the count. They are turning the lights on here in the ballpark. That's a pretty good idea with the cloud cover. Before the game and in the early going, we had more blue overhead than white, but now the white and the gray is gaining on us. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ball 2. Dodgers have used 5 pitchers. Phillies have used 6. That's on the corner. 2-2. Polanco is lined out, grounded out twice, and walked. And a little ground ball wide. Comes the third baseman Hairston to get him. So Jerry Hairston really going wide, taking that ground ball away from Cruz and made the play. 1 away. John Mayberry started the game in left field, finishing up at first base, reached on an error, struck out twice, and walked, hitting .229. And sliced to right field. Ethier is going to have to play it on a bounce. So Mayberry singles. Mike Fontenot will now come up and bat for Papelbon.
Your attention, please, for the
So the much traveled Fontenot will now be coming up to hit. Mike, of course, out of LSU. Fontenot hitting .315. He has a home run, 5 runs batted in. He's been in 39 games. And a strike. Fontenot was released at the end of March by the Giants, and he was picked up April the 13th by the Phils from Slidell, Louisiana. John Mayberry over at first. They deserve to keep an eye on him. 1 out. Fontenot originally a first-round pick by Baltimore. And fouled away. He didn't make it to Baltimore. He finally came up with the Cubs, and he was with the Cubs from 2005 into 2010 when he joined the Giants. And as we said, he was released right at the end of spring training, and the Phillies picked him up. So Mayberry, pretty good lead at first, held on by Loney. Mayberry at 6-6, so takes a lead and then just tips over like a statue to reach for the bag. No balls, 2 strikes. One and 2 the count. Fontenot is only 5'8", so he doesn't give you much of a strike zone. 5'8", 170. One and 2. Breaking ball missed. 2-2 the count. Waiting on deck to hit after Fontenot, Jimmy Rollins. Two balls, 2 strikes. Charlie Manuel has used Ryan Howard as a pinch hitter. Then he had Pridey hit. Now he has Fontenot hit. Dodgers used as pinch hitters Ethier, Loney, Kennedy, and Abreu. 2-2. Check swing, strike 3. So Fontenot strikes out. 2 down. And here comes Rollins. So Lindblom picks up his strikeout to go with the base hit. Rollins grounded out twice, popped up, struck out, and walked, and eventually came around to score a run. Jimmy hitting .259, though he has dipped under the .260 mark for the first time. Rollins as a switch hitter, hitting .270 left and .243 right, with 9 home runs, 6 of them hit left-handed. Mayberry, pretty good lead now with 2 out. Two down in the 11th inning in a 3-3 tie. Dodgers and Phils in their final meeting of the year putting on a dandy. That's off the plate. 1-1. One ball, 1 strike. That high fastball, 1-2. Two out in the 11th. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 11th, they'll have Hairston, Loney, and Cruz. 1-2 to Rollins. And again, Mayberry just tilting and falling to the bag. Like tipping over a hook and ladder. Rollins has been struggling making contact today. 7 times he has swung and missed at pitches. And lifts that one foul out of play. Jimmy came into the game hitting .262, and by going 0 for 4, he has dropped under that. Rollins hit .271 last year. One and two. And Rollins lifts one off third, heading towards the stands and out of play. We have 2 out. We're in the 11th inning. And the Dodgers and the Phillies in their final meeting just can't let go of each other. Phillies will hit the road, go back home to play the Giants. Dodgers leave tomorrow and head to fight the Mets. 1 and 2 the count to Jimmy Rollins. Mayberry runs pretty well, but he hasn't been a threat over there. So Lindblom and Ellis put their heads together. They've done a good job, have the Dodgers, of keeping Rollins pretty quiet. 1 for 8 in his last 2 games. And 2 for 11 in the series with 2 walks. 2 and 2. That's the pitch a lot of people of late have been swinging at. A 2-strike fastball up around the shoulders. But Rollins didn't budge. Deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Mayberry at first. Lindblom doesn't want to go 3 and 2. Very high. So now, with the full count, Mayberry will be going on the pitch. Loney holding the corner, and Mayberry ready to go. On deck, Shane Victorino. There goes Mayberry. Check swing, and it's going to be strike 3. The Dodgers leave the field. Rollins was going to first base, but holding the bat. And we're heading to the bottom of the 11th, 3-3. In the top of the 10th inning, Hunter Pence had a base hit to drive in both Jimmy Rollins and Chase Utley. And that looked like enough for Philadelphia to win. But Luis Cruz in the bottom of the 10th opened up with a line drive double. Bobby Abreu hit a little pop fly that dropped in to score Cruz. Then there was the ground ball to the hole, the very close play at first, won by Matt Kemp. His foot just got on the bag before the ball arrived, and that tied it up as Abreu came home. So Hunter Pence was a momentary hero, and we have a 3-3 tie. Bottom of the 11th inning with Jerry Hairston, James Loney, and then Luis Cruz against Jake Diekman out of Wymore, Nebraska. He was a Phillies 30th round pick 5 years ago. He was heading to go to school to the University of Nebraska and then opted to sign with the Phillies. Diekman throws hard, fastball at about 95, big sweeping slider. He's 6'4", and he'd ball one to Hairston. Jerry Hairston flied to center, grounded out twice, went 3-0, so they walked him intentionally in the 9th inning. And that's low, ball 2. 2-0. For Jake Diekman, he's 1-0. He's going to be facing Hairston, Loney, and Cruz. High ERA, 4.4 in his 21st game. 12 walks, 26 strikeouts. In there. Diekman, working on Hairston, was signed perhaps to be a starter. They moved him to the bullpen, and the first thing they did then was drop his arm angle. Hairston hits one foul down the right field line. 2-2 the count. $39,955. Hairston 0 for 3 with a walk. Diekman is the 7th pitcher used by the Phillies. Another foul ball. Two and two the count. Matt Kemp had struck out 3 times today, but legged out the roller. Andre Ether was supposed to be rested today, but singled and stayed in the game. Phillies began the day 13 games behind Washington, and the Dodgers 3 games behind the Giants. 2-2 to Hairston. Off the plate. 3-2. It's been Lee, Bastardo, Kendrick, Horst, Schwimmer, Papelbon, and now Diekman. 3-2. Ground ball hard, but right at Utley. So 1 away here in the 11th. And the batter will be James Loney.
Dodgers first baseman.
Uribe was 0 for 3, had grounded out twice and struck out. So they sent Loney up with the bases loaded in the 9th to pinch hit, and James struck out. We mentioned earlier today about the fact the weather in the East was so hot, 95 in New York today, but that there was storms heading for the East and the temperature would drop from 95, should be in the low 70s by the time the Dodgers and Phillies play on the East Coast. Well, rain right now is delaying the start of the Giants game in Atlanta. They had a pretty good rain delay in the Yankee game. Of course, the whole country could use some rain. 0-2 to James, hitting .246. 2 home runs, 25 runs batted in. On deck, Luis Cruz. He started the rally in the 10th inning with a line drive double, the hardest hit ball in the inning. Just off the corner. 1-2. I think Diekman's role originally was to be a situational left-hander, but now they just bring him in to pitch. 1-2. On the corner, down goes Loney. So Diekman gets a strikeout. 2 out in the 11th. And here is Luis Cruz. Pitch sailing in at the knees, and Loney goes down. Luis Cruz grounded to third, fly to center, lined out, and then ripped a double in the 10th inning against Papelbon. And that set the fire, and the Dodgers wound up tying up the game. Ball 1 to Luis. Cruz hitting .231. Double scored the run on the pop fly that fell off the bat of Bobby Abreu. 2-0. A.J. Ellis hitting behind Cruz. Two balls and no strikes. Big bouncer over the head of Polanco and down the line. The Cruz on his way with his second double. Doubled in the 10th, bouncing a double here in the 11th with 2 out. And A.J. Ellis trying to pick him up.
Catcher number 17, A.J. Ellis.
So Polanco leaped in the air and couldn't handle it. It's like the base hit that Kent's got. Hairston leaped in the air and couldn't get it. Now with first base open, it looks like they will walk A.J. Ellis and they'll pitch to the last Dodger position player, Matt Trainer. So Matt Trainer, the last player to be used, last position player, and Charlie Manuel knows A.J. Ellis doesn't mean anything. Cruz is the guy, and Diekman almost threw that thing away. Which reminds us, as far as a young reliever, Diekman has 1 wild pitch. So 3-0 the count, and in a moment, Dodgers at first and second. And here comes Trainer to hit for Lindblom.
Your attention, please, for the Dodgers. Pinch hitting, number 18, Matt Trainer.
Matt Trainer hitting .217. He has 2 home runs, 7 runs batted in. So Matt with a chance to win it here. Don Mattingly has certainly used the bench. Ethier, Loney, Kennedy, Abreu, and now Trainer, all pinch hitters. Cruz carrying the mail out there at second base. 3-3, bottom of the 11th, 2 out. And a high chopper charging Rollins, throws and got him. The Trainer tops out to Jimmy Rollins. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left, and we're heading for the 12th inning in a 3-3 tie.
never had it so good.
We go to the 12th inning, all tied up 3-3. Jamie Wright becomes the 6th Dodger pitcher and the 13th pitcher that we've seen in the game. Jamie with a record of 3-2. The big thing, he has walked 21 and struck out 34. He has also allowed a couple of more hits than innings pitched. His earned run average about 3.7. And Shane Victorino with a single and a double and a run scored with a stolen base coming up. Off speed for a strike. Victorino grounded to third, single to center, stole a base and scored a run. Struck out, doubled, and sacrificed. 0-1. And he lines it to left, coming up to play it on a bounce. In fact, on 2 bounces. Tony Gwynn. So Victorino, always a threat to run, comes up with his 3rd hit, and then immediately puts a lot of pressure on the Dodgers. With a stolen base today, Victorino has stolen 20 out of 23. Now Utley, Ruiz, and Pence. And the chances are awfully good. If there's the slightest opening, Victorino will try to steal. Utley fly deep to left, fly to center, single to center, grounded out, walked intentionally, scored a run. The lights are on. They've been on for the last couple of innings. 3-3, top of the 12th. Very close. Well, you know that Victorino is going to try to find the best move that Jamie Wright has without being picked off. And he might go on any count. And that's off the plate. Utley showing bunt. He has not bunted, sacrificed in the series. He has not sacrificed in the little time that he's played. This is only his 15th game. One ball and no strikes. Outfield straight away. Jamie Wright is a big man, 6'5", 210. Jamie will be 38 Christmas Eve. There he goes. The pitch misses. The throw is late. Luis Cruz trying to pull the ball got away fake. But Victorino stayed right on the bag. So Shane doesn't waste any time. Picks up his 2nd stolen base, and he was in there in plenty of time. Watch Cruz. Oh, yeah, I got away. Victorino saying, I didn't arrive here in a watermelon bag. 2-0 the count. Dodgers kind of pull up the corners, Hairston and Loney. And now the Dodgers decide to take the bat out of Utley's hand. They will walk him intentionally. So there'll be 2 on, nobody out here in the 12th. Ruiz, Pence, and Pierre due up. So there's ball 4 to Utley. Carlos Ruiz grounded to short, single to center, single to left, struck out and walked. Ruiz base hit in the 4th inning, scored Victorino from second base. Carlos, a Mr. Clutch hitter. Might not get the big headlines of some of the others, but as we pointed out, with runners in scoring position, he's hitting around 340, 342. And that's inside, ball one. 1-0 the count to Carlos Ruiz. Victorino at second, Utley at first, nobody out. 3 runs and 9 hits for each side. One and one to Ruiz. So Jamie Wright trying to hold things. Dodgers have used Kershaw, Jansen, Guerra, Elbert, Lindblom, and now Jamie. 1 ball and 1 strike. And a high strike. 1 and 2. 2 very good, knowledgeable runners. Victorino at second, Utley at first. Mentioned a couple of times about Utley. His success rate of stealing, of course he can't do it now, is about 89%. 1 and 2 to Carlos Ruiz. Hunter Pence on deck. And popped in the air, moving over his Glenn. And the runners have to hold. So Carlos Ruiz, just a little fly ball, 1 away. Hunter Pence grounded to third, struck out, hit into a force play, grounded to short, and then came up with a clutch base hit to drive in 2 in the 10th inning. And for the moment at least, looked like it would give Philadelphia their 3rd straight win. But the Dodgers came scrambling back and got even. And here we are in the 12th. 2 on, 1 out. Fastball strike, 0-1. Victorino, as we mentioned earlier, has stolen third base 4 times. One and one. Ball game started at 12:10. So we're coming up about 4 hours and 15 minutes. 1-1 to Hunter Pence, who has been certainly a factor in this series. With runners in scoring position in the series, Pence is 3 for 5 with 4 runs batted in. And that's going to go foul, back into the seats. 1-2. 39,955 were here at the start of the game and for most of the innings. But it has thinned out considerably as we're working our way towards 4:30. Victorino at second, Utley at first, 1 out. 1-2 to Hunter Pence. Missed with the fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pence constantly moving around in the box. And a slow roller. Hairston going down to second for 1, and that's all. A hard slide by Utley. breaking up the double play. Victorino advances to third. So there are runners at first and third, 2 out in the 12th, and Juan Pierre coming up.
Left fielder number 10, Juan Pierre.
Juan Pierre came in to run after Howard got a base hit. Stayed in to ground into a double play in the 10th inning. Now here he is, first and third, 2 out, 3-3 in the 12th. Shows bunt, ball 1. He has 9 bunt singles. Juan Pierre, 1 home run, 19 RBIs. When Pierre ground into that double play in the 10th inning, only the 2nd time this year. 1-0. And a ground ball plugged up by Mark Ellis. That'll be that. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left, and we go to the bottom of the 12th in a 3-3 tie. One error, 3 runs and 9 hits. The only error, Juan Uribe had that tough play and a throwing error. So in the bottom of the 12th inning, Dodgers will start at the top of the order. That means Tony Gwynn, followed by Mark Ellis, and then Matt Kemp. Tony Gwynn grounded out twice, flied out, struck out, and then in the 10th inning, after Cruz had lined a double, after Abreu had a little pop fly drop in, Tony swinging from the heels, dribbled one up along third, and there was no play by Papelbon, and the Dodgers were off to the races. And then Matt Kemp beat the throw by Rollins from almost shallow left field, and the Dodgers tied it up. So here we are in the 12th inning. Jake Diekman, who pitched the 11th and gave up a double and a walk, but survived, now going to work. Polanco up even with the bag in case Tony tries to bunt, and ball 1. Previous 6 games, 5 of the 6 decided by 1 run. One game the Dodgers won 8-3, but all the others right up to this one extremely tough. Pulled foul. 1 ball and 1 strike to Tony Gwynn. Lee, Bastardo, Kendrick, Horst, Schwimmer, Papelbon, and Diekman. For the Dodgers, Kershaw, Jansen, Guerra, Elbert, Lindblom, and Wright. 1 ball, 1 strike. Beaten foul, 1 and 2. Diekman made 19 pitches in the 11th inning. Of course, the big inning was Papelbon in the 10th. Papelbon in the 10th inning made 32 pitches, and the Dodgers got off the floor against him. And in all honesty, Papelbon was very unlucky. Foul back. Pop fly off the bat of Abreu. The little squib singled by Gwynn. Then the extremely close play with Kemp at first base. Put it all together, the Dodgers scored 2 to tie it up. And here we are in the 12th. 1 and 2 the count. Big chopper to first. Mayberry can do it himself. So 1 away in the 12th. And the batter will be Mark Ellis.
Second baseman, number 14, Mark Ellis.
Mark Ellis twice grounded to short, walked, single to right, and struck out. So Mark 1 for 4. On deck, Matt Kemp. Mark hitting .269. Just missed off speed. 1 ball and no strikes. And ball 2. Ellis trying to get aboard with the count his way. 2-0 the count. Way off the plate. The 3-0 the count to Mark Ellis. 1 out, bases empty. Bottom of the 12th. And Matt Kemp, who is 1 for 5, struck out 3 times, flied to center, legged the ground ball to the hole for the hit. That's ball 4. So Diekman walks his second man. Remember, he walked A.J. Ellis intentionally in the 11th. And here's Matt. Kemp batting .350, 12 home runs, 29 runs batted in, 1 for 5 today. Boy, he was angry in the 9th inning. About as angry as we've seen him after being called out on strike. He quivered with rage, but he had the good sense not to argue and get kicked out of the game. And ball 1. Dodgers have used every position player. Phillies just about the same. Just Eric Kratz, the backup catcher, the only one who hasn't seen action for them. And a high fly ball into deep right center. Pence goes back. Matt has done it. For Matt Kemp, homers to right center, his 13th home run of the year. He does it with Mark Ellis aboard, and the Dodgers down 3-1. Scramble back to tie and wind up winning it 5-3 in the 12th inning. And Matt, who loves to swing the heroes around, now is swung around by his delirious teammate. Kemp is back. Dodgers 5 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error. The Phillies 3 runs, 9 hits, and no errors. Dodgers not only salvage 1, they stop a 4-game losing streak and a 7 out of 8 losing streak. As soon as he hit it, I think Matt knew he had enough behind it to drive it into the pavilion in right center field. Pence running parallel. He knew he didn't have a chance. It was about 10 rows back. So the Dodgers rushed to home plate, await the arriving of the hero. Well, then he gets the well-deserved pounding. So that will do it. The Dodgers outlast the Phillies. Talk to you from New York come Friday. Till then, we wish you all a very pleasant good afternoon.
All right, Vin, thank you very much with Matt Kemp here. And Matt, last time we had a walk-off, it was you. I know you never get tired of doing this. Tell me what you hit right there.
It was a fastball middle. You know, I've been struggling all day, man. I had to do something, man. You know, it's good to get a win, so I'm happy about that.
There were 40,000 here when this game started. A lot of them stayed here through 12 innings to see a huge walk-off.
Hey, man, we fought to the end, man, and we got the W, man. That's all that matters, man.
You know, every time there's a walk-off with you guys, you're the guy that runs out there and crushes somebody. I saw A.J. Ellis get you pretty good.
Hey, he kind of tackled me a little bit. Usually I'm the one tackling somebody. But, you know, it's good. It's good to get this win, man. We're coming back. We're going to finish strong, go on the road, and come back and see you guys later.
Now, you know, when this game started, it was a great pitcher's duel between Lee and Kershaw. That almost got forgotten with everything else that happened.
Yeah, Kershaw pitched a hell of a game. And, you know, who we faced?
Cliff Lee.
That's how long the game's been. Cliff Lee pitched a great game, too. But, you know, we fought to the end. We got the W.
You talk about how good your bullpen has been all season long. Over the last couple days, they struggled, but this offense came back and picked them up today.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we have been struggling here lately, but we're going to get hot, get on the road, and come back, and we're going to get on fire, baby.
Talk to me a little bit about that before I let you go. You got 10 games on the road, New York, St. Louis, and then back to San Francisco. Huge road trip at this point in the season.
Yeah, don't give up on us, guys. We're going to finish strong. We're going to make these playoffs. We're going to do it, baby.
Matty, go celebrate. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to send it back to Jim Watson and myself if I can get out there. Jimmy, take it away.
Nice work, Steve Lyons. Better work by Matt Kemp. Matty did it again. He's back, his first home run of the second half. First home run since he came off the DL. And, wow, all that. We go 4 hours and 25 minutes, and it was worth it, wasn't it? Matt Kemp with a walk-off, 2-run jack. And the Dodgers seemed like they were dead a number of different times, yet they managed to come back, and it was